Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome to the semifinals of the Aegis Marauders League. We currently have on our matchup card tonight, it's going to be Ember Wolves versus the Winnipeg Wombats. My name is Septi, joined along tonight by Ferris. Ferris, how you doing today?
I'm doing really well. Have the privilege of stepping in for Moose this fine Tuesday for Aegis Marauder League. So happy to do that. Happy to be here, ready for this matchup. Winnipeg Wombats, Ember Wolves, two really strong teams in AML. Ember Wolves with the #1 seed coming out of the Void Group and the Ascension Conference from the qualifier, the #3 seed from Shurima, in the Winnipeg Wombats coming out as the 5th seed from the Ascension Conference. So I guess we could say Ember Wolves, they're the team to look at here in this semifinal, but we're getting down to the near end of it. There's only 4 teams remaining. Anything could really happen in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams had pretty dominant performances in their quarterfinals matchup. Ember Wolves taking down Dorado Gaming Alpha 3-0 on the upper bracket there, as well as Winnipeg Wombats taking down, I feel like, a team that we've seen a lot of in the AML, a team that has had a lot of recent success in Travelers. They swept them in a quick 3-0 in the quarterfinals as well. But yeah, I mean, you're saying it's going to be a first seed versus a team that has, you know, I would argue a bit to prove. I feel like Winnipeg Wombats a few weeks ago in the regular season, they didn't have the best showing on stream, I believe, but they are here to play. And this is playoff time. As we take a look at these teams here, we're going to have Tomato Tom on the top side, Captain Snarfles in the jungle, Kept in mid, and then Kiwi Kemen and Titan in the bot lane. This is a team that I feel like, you know, this is their first time in the Aegis Marauders League from my recollections, and they are doing so well in the playoffs so far. I don't think many people expected them to go this far. Taking a look, I mean, at the round of 12, they were able to take down Novosphere Alpha in 4 games, and as well taking on Travelers, who I already discussed had been a tournament favorite earlier on in the season, is just incredibly impressive from this team. But taking a look at the other side, why don't you take us through the Ember Wolves, Ferris?
Well, this is a team that is so strong, 7-0 in their series score, 14-3 in the game score. We got Nier, Nostalgia, Burger King, Geico, and Marcotte. And Geico for sure is the player that I want to watch out for on this team, because I was just looking through the stats, looking through the champions that these different players are playing. Geico has 3 pentakills in AML this season, a crazy strong player, always playing those hyper carries, a lot of that DPS stuff, sometimes playing the Ashe for the team, but as well for Ember Wolves, a team that loves to just play with everyone having the ability to carry. They have a carry top laner, a carry jungler, they're playing mages, they have their 80 carry. It feels like Marcotte is the only one on this team willing to bite the bullet as the support and play more supportive for the squad. There are so many explosive players, and part of the reason why Ember Wolves are so good in the league is because of that fact. So definitely Winnipeg Wombats with a tough challenge coming their way. But again, anything can happen in the best of 5, and Ember Wolves, they're going to be a tough opponent to beat.
It absolutely can. And yeah, just one more point on Ember Wolves here. We talked about it a lot last season. We saw it on their championship side, Nostalgia and Marcotte. They worked so well together with that jungle support synergy, constantly roaming around, constantly creating pressure against their opponents. And I think it's going to be a task tonight for the Wombats to really keep track of those two and make sure that they don't fall behind in the early game, because Ember Wolves, they have had a pretty explosive season so far, as you said, taking first seed in their group. And I'm excited to see what this team has in store. So it looks like we are prepping ourselves for draft, but we have not yet seen a patch change. We are not going to have one, I believe, until next week. We will be seeing the new stuff here. It's going to be the stuff for 1424. But until then, we get to see, you know, the majority of the stuff that's still OP. We get to see our Corkis, our Swains, potentially some Ambessa as well, depending on what the teams decide to pull out. But we are getting into bans here. Ember Wolves up first on the blue side.
I'm going to see what they want to take away and what they want to prioritize as well. Taking away the Ambessa, I do believe, is going to be smart here. If you don't want to play it yourself, this champion is so powerful and don't want to be seeing that from any of these teams. It feels like your chances of winning when you do lock in that champion, it's the same thing with all the new champions from Riot Games. Your chances just shoot up and increase very much, as we're going to see a Skarner lock in on B1. We ripped right through those bans. Very interesting, because I just talked about about the fact that Nostalgia is that carry style jungler, always playing things like the Diana, the Viegos, the Kindreds, this time opting in for something more set up and supportive for the team.
Yeah, I mean, Skarner is a champion that really hasn't been touched too much and hasn't been seen in recent streams, at least on air, but has definitely maintained that same level of strength. And the fact that Gwen got banned away by Winnipeg here is incredibly helpful for Ember Wolves to be able to lock that in. Gwen, the prototypical counter to Skarner, just being able to do all of that true damage, be able to isolate the fight as well. And it looks like it's going to be Ivern Corki locked in, a very powerful mid jungle duo. We always do like to see Ivern paired with that AD mid laner. Corki obviously could go bot, could be, you know, potentially put in a fairly lane dominant position with the Gatling gun, you know, doing a whole lot of poking early on. But Ember Wolves, they're going to be a very, very tanky bunch if this rel gets locked in.
And Marcotte loves the rel. This is a great champion for Marcotte. So locking that one in early. If you could remind me here, Septi, this is a full Fearless League, correct?
Correct. It is. All picks are taken away for the rest of the series, but once we get to game 4, bans get dropped to 3 a team, and then game 5 there are no bans.
Exactly. So getting those strong champions for your team, champions you are known for. Marcotte has played a whole lot of rel here in the Aegis Marauder League, is going to be a smart strategy. Try and strike first and get that momentum building, as we do see the Jinx that's going to be paired up with this. Wouldn't be a terrible matchup for the Corki bot, though. Still could go mid lane. There's a lot of options to work with here if you're the Wombats.
It's not a terrible option, but also I feel like rel this early is a little bit scary, especially with the likes of Alistar up and available. Just a champion that has been really, really good at you know, countering the engage from the rel, that crash down being so powerful. But it is a little bit telegraphed as well with that Poppy ban, so they did know that this is the champion that they wanted. And so for the looks of it, Ember Wolves sort of getting the first 3 that I feel like they were angling for. And on the other side, Winnipeg Wombats going to match with a very skill checky top laner in that Jax. And this is sort of the position that you want to pick a champion like Jax, I feel. Unless you're Bin and you want to pick a blue one, R5 is probably, R5 or R3 are definitely the best shouts, because now you can take a look at your bans. You can take away stuff like Gragas. You could take away stuff, you know, I would say like Poppy, that are both very good into Jax. But no, Winnipeg gonna opt to take away the Sylas, which kind of screams, yeah, I was gonna say Swain potentially, Alistar potentially on 4 as well. And I feel like maybe you're giving away a little bit too much of your hand if you're the Winnipeg Wombats right now.
You do have now access to that top side counter pick if you are Ember Wolves, which is something you don't normally get when you are on the blue side. Typically, it's those solo laners that are saved to be counterpicked on the red side. So I'm interested to see what Nier is going to pull out into that Jax. If we see more denial of the top lane pool, maybe a Renekton ban, maybe something like the Irelia. These are champions that Nier likes to play. They're actually going to opt into the Malphite, which I think is smart because of the fact they've drafted so much physical damage thus far, especially if Corki is going into the mid lane and you want another marksman for yourself, because that works really well with Ivern. Playing into the Malphite would be an absolute disaster, because we know how punishing the Malphite can be with all the armor they can build and still have all that damage at their disposal.
Yeah, currently there's no one really on this Winnipeg Wombat side that can deal with a Malphite. Corki really not going to have too much tank shred, especially if there's a Rel and a Skarner in front of them. Jax, notoriously bad matchup for the lamp wielding fighter. But critically, Ember Wolves taking away the Taric ahead of the Alistar, I think is a little bit interesting. I feel like all signs point towards the Mad Cow getting picked here on 4 and then flexing Corki down to 5. But I mean, Winnipeg Wombats, maybe there's a different read that Ember Wolves sees. Maybe they're worried that the Taric in combination, wow, that is, sure, I'm not the one drafting. I'm not the one drafting. But Leona is a fairly good option here. It's not the best. You can obviously stun from range and engage fights without having to really commit into Rel and Skarner with that solar flare. You were saying before the Renekton might be a good option into the Jax. It certainly is one that can stay safe with the access to that slice and dice, as well as clear the wave with their Q. I'm curious to see how Ember Wolves decide to run out their comp. They are certainly lacking in a lot of magic damage. And with the likes of Swain and Gwen and Sylas taken away, you're only really left with, you know, those true mages that we see a whole lot of the time. And Ahri, with the lack of frontline on Winnipeg Wombats, is, I feel like, an ideal choice.
You have all of that mobility to escape from the hard engage that Winnipeg Wombats have drafted for themselves thus far in their draft. They want to go forward. They want to fight you often, especially post 6 when they have Daisy as well, to basically make the game a 6 versus 5 for the Ember Wolves. But we're waiting on maybe a bot lane pick, maybe a mid lane pick here, either Kept or Kiwi Kemen. Going to see where that Corki goes. The Veigar would be an interesting lock-in for Kept, or it could even go into Kiwi Kemen's hands, because we do see our fair share of of Veigar bots in League of Legends from time to time. It wouldn't be as punishing maybe into the Jinx, but if you can get onto priority targets, throw them into the cage as well, with all of that crowd control layering in, it could be very oppressive. But the Veigar into a Renekton and a Skarner here, Septi, with the cage, can be very disruptive, and the Rel for all the things that Ember Wolves want to do engage-wise.
Yeah, the cage is very good to stifle the engage coming from Ember Wolves here. I am a little concerned about Winnipeg Wombats. They do have decent team fight, but they are very heavy on the scaling. They are not really going to be able to do too much, especially even with, the likes of a potential early Corki push. And unless, there's some critically good individual play from these Wombats, I feel like they're going to have to cede a bit of that early gameplay. And allow Nostalgia and Burger King to really have control of the map for the first maybe 10 or 15 minutes until Kept and Kiwi Kemen can finish that first item. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say I would like to see Snarfles and Kiwi Kemen Titan work this 3 versus 3 in the bot side, because Kept will take a little bit of a while to get online, and also playing around that mid lane like you're talking about, Septi, can be very dangerous because Burger King has the Spirit Rush to dash back and forth, make that dueling power in the 2v2 very strong. But you have this Corki that is an absolute menace in the early game. Jinx is a really hard time dealing with champions like this. The Valkyrie can close the gap, and with the shields from Ivern and Leona as well as a combination for the support jungle, is very menacing here in this game. In League of Legends, it was especially powerful a couple patches ago, but now things have changed. I would still say keep your eyes out for that support jungle duo. What can they do on the map to also maybe try and build a lead for this team so that they can bridge that transition from the weaker early game of the Veigar to that late game menace?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think Snarfles and Titan being able to move around, especially being able to influence a lane like this top side, really get some additional help to Tomato Tom, who really doesn't need the help. It should be a more favorable Jax matchup in terms of, post the first 3 levels of the game. But as you're saying, I really want to keep an eye on Kept and TSM Burger King. I feel like this matchup is sort of going to decide the game, is at least where my head is at, because if Kept is able to stay safe, if they're able to keep it a boring game, the likelihood is that Captain Snarfles will be able to match whatever plays Nostalgia is going for, is the idea. Because, when you play Ivern, you don't really play for the aggressiveness. You play to stifle the enemy jungle, and you just play to clear faster, have more uptime on the map, and stop the plays. So Burger King might get priority in mid, but the jungler of Winnipeg Wombats hopefully should be available to counter that. But before we get into our game, we are going to take a short break and get set up. But while we do that, please stick around and hear a message from one of our sponsors here at Aegis.
Quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the League community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. ProComp stands out with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. They offer real-time champion ban recommendations. They already have over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It is a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now, and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the panel below on our stream.
We are on to the Rift for this semifinal matchup in the Aegis Marauder League. If you are just joining us, I'm Ferris. This is Septi. I'm stepping in for Moose for this semifinal matchup, this best of 5. And we'll be with you for the entirety of it. We're going to see who strikes first. We have our teams picked up here. They are onto the Rift. They are ready to make things happen. And let's see how it all goes down.
Yeah, I'm super excited to actually see sort of what these teams decide to do, because I feel like, you know, we were talking about, again, Snarfles and Titan, how they have to play together to make plays around the map. But I mean, this game I expect is a tale of two strategies. This red side really wanting to take their time, scale, get into the game. But I mean, when you have Skarner, Rekton, Ari, you really want to make plays, you know, fast and often. And so trying to see sort of the difference in styles is going to be really interesting. So, but no lane swap shenanigans in this first game. It has been pretty prevalent as of late, but Kiwi, Kemen, and Titan just going to try and take control of this middle bush on the bot side. Both junglers going to start their respective top sides and clear down to bot. Not really too surprising. I think both of these AD carries are win cons for either team. And so protecting both the Jinx and the Corki should be primary goal number 1 for both of these junglers. As Tomato Tom and Nair. Ooh, that is an interesting choice from Nair in this game to go the bone plating, but I feel like Jax will be able to trade a whole lot more often with that grasp available.
Yes, it will be I feel like it's going to be a very physical matchup in the top side. I guess that's not really the right word in a video game, but we're going to be fighting often. It's the Jax Renekton matchup. It's a skill matchup. It's sometimes, you know, if you have a really good Renekton player, they'll dominate the Jax. You have the bin Jax, like you were talking about earlier, Septi, and that would just be game over for the Renekton. So interesting to see who comes out on top here early on between Nair and Tomato Tom. And the late game scaling that you mentioned for both teams really is very strong, because on one hand you have the Ivern. It's going to buff up everyone. It's going to make this Corki and this Jax very formidable. All those shields, all that extra damage and healing coming through. And then you have the Jinx for the other side. You have Skarner for Nostalgia, which is just the jungle super tank, complete menace if it gets ahead. And sometimes it's really hard to actually knock him down. I see a very scrappy game in the later stages if both of these teams end up getting to those spikes that they want before they end up falling a whole lot in the gold department.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically keep coming alive. Otherwise, Nostalgia will never die on this Skarner. But in the meanwhile, Snarfle's coming out of lane and will be in engage.
Geico has to use the flash and the cleanse. This is what I'm talking about here with the Corki. This is why it can be so dangerous to play into this champion, and as well as the Leona as the Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Bot lane going to be the priority, and Snarfles with that early Ivern pick is going to have that clear done first and foremost, but the ward in the Tribrush does spot them. But here we go. Marco
on in. Nostalgia wants to touch down into the bot lane. Can't quite get the stun with the Ishtal's impact, so Kiwi Kemen has to try and escape. And still does have the flash. The flash forward from Nostalgia. The rock will still connect, and the first blood goes to the Skarner. Geico here now hitting on to Titan. Comes back in with the Zenith Blade, gets the shield, but the Jinx is actually going to fall. There's the Leona Ivern combination that I was talking about. It's so strong, it makes Leona feel like she's a top laner down here, as Marcotte's the only one left. 2 kills over to the Winnipeg Wombats. Kept is trying to waddle his way on down here as the Leprechaun and secure himself a kill, but it will be Captain Snarfles to finish it off. 3-2 for the Wombats.
And that is such a good outcome for the Wombats. And off camera, despite directed camera, the wave is slow pushing towards the Wombat side, so Jinx going to be denied even that bit more XP and CS. No kills, unfortunately, going the way of either AD carries, so it is going to be a support jungle off in this game. Leona picking up 2 and already a very early Merc Treads. I feel like it's a really interesting choice in this lane, considering you're against Jinx, but I guess thinking about the entire game, this Hex Flash gonna go to Kiwi Kemen, but I think very heads up play from Snarfles to be able to get back to that fight in time to shield Kiwi, who I think honestly thought that they would receive maybe more shielding from Snarfles as a bit of an engaged Nostalgia. No flash.
Nostalgia is caught in the cage. They're fighting over the Raptors right now, and it looks like recalls are just going to be channeled, so both teams going to back on out. It is the Skarner getting aggressive on the Ivern. I do like to see that a little bit. Utilize your 2v2 that you and I were talking about, Septi, with the Ahri. The fact that she is so strong, especially post 6, can bring them a whole lot. Here we see the Shattering Strike connect, although the Valkyrie is going to bring Kemen to safety, and bad timing, like you you said, Septi, exactly here. The wrong time to engage. Snarfles is there at the right time, and Titan gets another one.
Titan is very strong in this game, but that is not what you want to see. Marcode is dead to rights. Just press S. Press the S key, Titan. Your AD carry will thank you for it, and you'll get the victory screen later on, but this actually might be a dive here. Marcode is trying to sprint back down towards his bot side, but Gecko, no flash. No cleanse.
So
it might just be oh,
they're going for it despite the teleport. They're trying to burst down the Jinx, and they get a Titan gets another kill. Are you kidding me, man? What in the world is going on? This is terrible for Winnipeg Wombats. Burger King jumps in, now has the Spirit Rush. Perfect timing for this RA to get involved. Here is Nostalgia as well. Snarfles is going to flash away, but the flash charm follow-up from Burger King is enough to keep him in place. Might be able to walk his way out of here, though. This tree is pretty tanky. There is the Foxfire to finish it off. 3-0 now for the Ember Wolves mid laner.
I gotta say, at the end of that play there, that's really good communication for Marcode and Burger King for the Rel to call that they can take the tower and allow the RA to get that Foxfire to finish the kill. And I think that's a lot of the difference that we see between top teams and teams that, you know, just don't quite cut the mustard, is being able to get that extra gold. That is an extra, probably, I mean, I actually don't know with the gold changes how much it's exactly worth, because it used to be worth 300, but now it's probably like 240 or 250, that third kill onto Titan. But now Burger King gonna be sitting 3-0 on this already. We have swapped the Jinx to the mid lane for the time being, but no grub start, as it looks like Dragon is going to be played heavy towards by Snarfles, who does not have a whole lot of damage to take the Dragon early on. It is going to take probably 10,000 years to knock down this first neutral objective, but given the opportunity, Nostalgia will go towards that top side to trade for the grubs for the time being. And I think, you know, if you're Ember Wolves, you are more than happy taking that trade when you have a 3-0 RA that can super hard split and win in the side with the goalie that she has, as well as a Renekton, who I think most likely probably has Demolish as well, for the ability to play in side lanes later. And despite all the chaos, Ferris, no AD carry has a single kill.
It is no carries, or at least 80 carries with those kills, but we see the gold is even, but one team has a mid laner with 3, the other has a support with 4, and that's the big disparity there that we've already been talking about so heavily. Is Tomato Tom potentially in a dangerous situation right now, setting up for the dive? But yeah, Kept and Snarfles on the way here. This is going to be a 3 versus 2. He's going to go into the stun a little bit early, and that's going to be the miscommunication there. He is going to drop. Let's see if they can get anything back here. Both Kept and Snarfles grouped up. Nostalgia takes another tower hit, waiting for that ultimate to come through from the Veigar, and they are going to grab it. The execute comes through. It's a 1-for-1 top side.
It's not the end of the world, but they do drop a wave mid, though. It's already going into the bot side here, forced to use the
looking
ulti.
For more. This would be a huge shutdown if they could get it. Kiwi Kevin is very low. No more Spirit Rush charges. That'll be it.
Yeah, that's going to be it. But yeah, flash soon on to Kiwi Kemen. But I will say, I mean, the play on the bot side doesn't really get anything. Gets the Ignite off of Titan and the ulti off of Burger King. But on that top side, a kill being traded onto the next gen for a kill onto Kept, I think is pretty neutral. Kept was denied a wave in mid lane, as Gecko was able to actually crash one and bounce it back towards mid. But these lane assignments are all out of whack for both of these teams here. Gecko finally being able to return to their home in the bot side, but Dragon gonna be spawning in 3.5 minutes. The second set of grubs in 2.5. I'm curious to see if either of these teams continue to try and play for, you know, these grubs, and because if so, we probably would see a swap come out from Gecko and Marcotte in the next 90 seconds or so. But taking a quick look, no one 9 minutes in has completed their first item. It is going to be a quick stop off for Snarfles to pick up those Ionian boots. And yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy. It is going to be Jinx going for a different build than I feel like we see a lot of AD carries go for these days. It is going to be an on-hit build instead of going for the likes of an IE first or a Collector first that a lot of Jinx tend to go for. Maybe feeling the need to have a bit more on-hit and a bit more tank shred in this game. I'm not sure how I feel about an auto-attack based build versus the likes of a Jax, although hold on.
We're going to see they're trying to trade in the bot side. Mid lane, Captain Burger King going to use the Spirit Rush here, but he's going to run into Snarfle. So immediately going to turn tail and say, okay, I don't want any of the smoke in that regard, but they want the smoke bot side. They're constantly fighting, but Kemen is the one dealing the big damage there with the Missile Barrage. We got to fight on two different fronts. The Impale flashed away from Snarfle's. Daisy doing good work there to get him some peel. There's not really much else here to get, but the tree is hanging around. I don't think Snarfle's is going to grab anything else as Daisy does fall. We're seeing action across the map, and the point about the build that you made there, Septi, is interesting because we've actually been seeing a lot of Jinx players building the new Yuntal Wild Arrows.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case. Likely going into that Kraken Slayer does give that tank shred that you're talking about. But as an AD carry player myself, I don't think this is the strongest build on this patch.
I would agree. I feel like even on the champions like Viego and Belveth, Kraken Slayer is a little bit weak. But Snarfles is here on the bot side trying to get this wave under the tower, or at least try and cover the potential play from Nostalgia, who is on that same side in the bush. Will spot the Skarner in the tri-bush, or around the tri-bush. And with the bot wave going in, I'm curious if any macro plays are going, but Marco going to land the stun to Kiwi Kemen. Both stuns available for this Corki, though.
They're looking for the Ishtal's impact, but that's really short now. Nostalgia looking for Titan. Doesn't have the Impale. Used it a little bit earlier. This is sort of like a wet noodle fight down here in the bot side. They're chunking each other down to half HP, but they're not actually committing onto any plays. And of course, they're missing those ultimates on the junglers. So that's one of the tools to start off a fight that they just don't have. Again, no kills going to those carries there, Septi. A whole lot of attention paid down here, but not a lot of benefit. Those 4 kills could have been in the hands of Kiwi Kemen, but we still have Titan very strong.
At least 2 of them. I feel like at least 2 of them could have been. I was trying to think if maybe Corki was extending for item, but they're currently nowhere near.
Dominus. They're looking for a 1v1 on the top side. That's the power of the Renekton. So quickly can Renekton jump from very low HP at the 30% mark to full health, and also Kept has to teleport here. They're going to look for a dive, but Snarfles is healing. Actually can't get the shields off. The burst damage from Burger King is incredible. This Ahri is so strong. Nier, now very close to dropping, is going to fall, has no Dominus, and a double kill to the Ahri. Now it's just Snarfles. It's a 2 versus 1 as Nostalgia joins the play as well with the Ishtal's impact. Burger King is unlocked. He is unleashed. Malignance is completed. This is a dangerous fox.
It is the Burger King show in game number 1, 5-0 on the Ahri. I think it's very good that Nostalgia was able to actually grab that kill away on the Ivern. And I feel like, yes, Burger King can obviously do a whole lot of damage, but having the gold spread around just a little bit, especially to your Skarner, against a team, like the Winnipeg Wombats currently are, they are stifled for gold. They are falling behind a bit on the curve of the game. Your Skarner is able to pick up just a little bit more extra gold. They're going to be able to build those extra defenses and make that impact feel even worse from this red side here. And Kept is going for a very one-shot heavy build, opting for that Luden's Companion first item. Second Dragon going to be started, though. Hextech is going to be the second one. That's Mark.
They're going to try and fight for this, though. And they're trying to go for Kept first here. They have Impale. Kept has Flash. They're going to use the Solar Flare onto the Skarner. They're just going to try and jump in onto him. Pandemonium has broken out here inside of the river. The first kill goes to Nostalgia. They're able to trade one back, though. 2 kills go over to the Wombats. But now it is a 2 for 2. Now it is Gecko, who is unleashed, who is excited. This Jinx is getting involved. Flash forward from Tomato Tom. But there's nobody home just yet. Able to pick up the kill onto the Jinx. But now in a 2 versus 1 against Nier. And Burger King, who is still alive, who still has resets on the Spirit Rush. Able to finish him off with Nier. It is a 3 for 5 and the ace for Ember Wolves.
Yeah, all credit I feel like has to go to Marcote there for that incredible engage with the crash down and magnet storm, being able to group them all up in the middle for Gecko to get off a whole bunch of grouped burst damage on the auto attacks. Nair might have been overextending here just a little bit, but Snarfles probably does not have the damage or the support to be able to make a counter kill happen. Dragon did not go down despite all of the chaos.
Dominus, they're trying to one-shot the Ivern, and they do. The Renekton damage is absolutely crazy. They get the kill. That should mean here, Septi, they can just turn tail to this Hextech Drake, which in the meantime, all this is happening, didn't even go down.
Yeah, I think, Titan is going to get slowed up here. No Skarner ulti flash from the Leona, though. The cage will poke them a bit on the way back out, but yeah, I think credit has to go to Ember Wolves here for having a great setup on that fight. We see the ward currently in the banana bush in river. The one that I believe Nair TP'd to was, I think it was actually a double TP onto that ward in this exact bush that Tomato Tom is currently in. And this is a lot of posturing coming out from the Wolves here, or from the Wombats rather. But the Rected is topside, does have 6 grubs in their name.
Oh, they found the Ahri, the push into the cage. That was beautiful. But what can the rest of the fight look like from the Ember Wolves? This is 5 versus 3. Gecko gets the reset. It is still Nostalgia tanking up, finds the Impale onto one. That's going to be Kemen locked up. They get another one. They're going to be able to drop down the Leona as well. The peel is perfect. 2 kills now over to the Jinx in this play. The Hextech Drake is still alive, and it is Gecko continuing to unload here. This is the pentakill mastermind of Aegis Marauder League, and able to pick up 3 in that one.
Yeah, takes the dragon as well for their troubles. If we thought Burger King was having a game, Gecko has absolutely stepped into the spotlight in that scenario. It started off, obviously thought they had Burger King caught, and I feel like that's, you know, the member that you really feel would be the most impactful in that scenario. But Nostalgia Marco doing such a good job frontlining for Gecko to just do the damage. And I think Tomato Tom got a little bit too aggressive on that, you know, at the start of that fight. Tried to be in the front line, tried to create space, but ended up, you know, getting caught, got hit by the Impale from Nostalgia, and was not able to dance around the auto attacks from Gecko, who, you know, clearly is trying to prove us wrong with this Kraken Slayer build, doing a whole lot of damage in these fights, is able to keep up with the Jinx passive and the extra true damage coming from this Kraken Slayer burst. But take a look at the items already for the side of the Ember Wolves. There's going to be 2 items on everyone bar the support and jungle. It is looking very rough if you are a Winnipeg Wombats fan, but trust in the scaling, trust in the Vygar, trust in the Corki that is currently trying to get to that mana immune, trust in Titan's ability to land the Zenith Blade and the ulti.
Oh, they're trying to find the CC combo from hell, the Solar Flare, the Swirl Seed, or not the Swirl Seed, the Trigger Seed rather, from the Ivern. Not playing the Lilia in this game. They can't bring down the Ahri though here, Septi. They don't have the damage. They will get the tower, but it will be traded in the mid lane here for Ember Wolves. They also have the Rift Herald. They also have 6 grubs. These are the most dangerous plays to go for if you are the Wombats, because if it is Ember Wolves who are able to respond, they are going to take way more towers than you because they have those grubs. Now they're going to start off a play, crash down Megastorm onto 2, and Pale does connect onto Titan. They're trying to bring him back. Burger King is now going to teleport in as well, but it is going to be Marcotte that is sectioned off from the rest of the team and will fall here in a 1-4-0 in favor of the Winnipeg Wombats.
Yeah, and I think Gecko actually misclicked there. I think they clicked on the Herald, but I don't believe they intentionally meant to drive it. I feel like they were in prime position to, you know, really start auto attacking from the flank of that fight, but instead lost out on their DPS and lost out on the chance to capitalize on what again looked like a really good engage from Marcotte, but just not able to make it stick. 2 towers gonna go down though for the Ember Wolves. Gold lead ballooning now to 5,000 in favor of this blue side here. Let's not forget, they did finish Ember Wolves first in their division in group play. So this is not a team that is prone to many mistakes, that is prone to really falling behind in games. And I feel like in this first one, we are really seeing just the level of sharpness that they have come into the series with. Only had to play 1 round of elimination playoffs so far after that seeding match in the group of 12 week. They are looking very, very clean as we approach the spawn of the Baron. The map is wide open here, Ferris. And I gotta be honest, if you are the Ember Wolves, how do you really start pushing this tempo? Because you're against an Ivern, you're against a Vega, you're against a Leona. 3 champions that are incredibly good at picking you off and locking you down for 10,000 years. And without a Baron, without a Dragon up, it is very hard to actually push the tempo of the game. And you have to start wondering when you really need to be concerned about the ability to fight.
Nier's going to be in trouble in a 2 versus 1. They're teleporting on him as well. This is a really big pickup for the Winnipeg Wombats if they can find it. Looks like they will. Primordial Burst will come through. Tomato Tom ends up being the one that grabs the kill. But we talk about pushing the tempo. Now 4 versus 1 in this bot side is your time to make it happen. The counterplay is good from the Ember Wolves. They lock down Snarfles, who's way out of position underneath the tower. They get the flash off of Kemen as well. They might be able to get a tier 2, but it will be a 4 versus 4. They do have to be careful right right now. Kept is very healthy, but look at the turnaround, the U-turn there from the Skarner into the Impale. 2 kills go over to the Ember Wolves. What an insane play from Nostalgia on that Skarner. They're looking for Titan as well. He will drop, give it to the man that started off this play as well, and they're going to continue the push. They're going to look for more and try and crack this base.
Well, I think if you're Winnipeg Wombats, you are grateful that this Skarner is not going to be available in game number 2. Nostalgia looking like an absolute king on this pick. It was, I think, a bit of an overcommitment from Kep to actually TP towards that top side, as you did basically give up the entirety of that, the start of that play. First, Nexus Tower down. They might be looking for the end here, but I imagine it's going to be very hard. We are only 20 minutes into the game. Death timers are fairly low. And so are the HP bars.
They're going to flash forward. Zenith Blade connects. Here is the time for the Winnipeg Wombats to strike back, but they already lose one. Now they lose 2. Their front line has evaporated in front of them, and near the Crocodile is full HP. The tree will fall. They're like lumberjacks in the woods. Triple kill for the Jinx. And just like that, 21 minutes into the game, it is already the Nexus exploding for the Wombats, and game 1 to the Ember Wolves.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, Ember Wolves obviously coming into this game very, very clean, very well composed. And I feel like if you're the Wombats, you got a bit of whiplash from that game after going 3-0 versus Travelers, a team that, you know, many people were saying could compete, you know, in this playoff, could potentially be a final appearance, you know, a finalist in Travelers. And to all of a sudden come out and lose in 21 minutes in a game that was very convincing, I'd say. Not to say that, you know, we didn't see bright spots from the Wombats, but Ember Wolves, they did not come to mess around. It is a clear and evident sign looking at this goal graph here that the Ember Wolves are looking very primed to take it to Winnipeg Wombats in this series. But yeah, 16 deaths rather, as a team in a game that I feel like was incredibly bloody. I feel like we had, what, 10 kills at about 8 minutes. Is a bit crazy. Only 2 dragons taken all game in a very bot side heavy matchup. It's absurd to me. Maybe we're just too busy. Maybe we're just too busy fighting each other the whole time.
They didn't care about the neutral objectives. They were basically going to beat each other's heads until they had enough of a gold advantage to march it down towards the Nexus. And that's how this went. You can take a look at this gold graph. Look at that. It looks like Mount Everest right there. It's a little waves inside of the water. Then whole tsunami jumps out of the ocean of blue gold in this post-game breakdown. That's how it went. It looks like we were just having a conversation there, Septi, about what can the Ember Wolves do to push that tempo to bring it to the Nexus before the scaling came through for the side of the Wombats. We blinked and the game was over. There's snap decision making around that bot lane tower, that bot lane tier 2. Okay, Nier has fallen on the other side. They have 3 people committed over there. Let's make a play happen. Let's punish them for this. That's exactly what they did. And that is how they were able to transition that all the way to the game ending by winning the follow-up fight as well.
Yeah, and I feel like if you are the Wombats, I feel like you can't be too disappointed in the outcome of that play. I feel like in a situation like you were down about 8,000 gold, 7,000 gold, you have to go for a play. I think the timing was just a bit off. You cannot do that, you know, when they have 6 scrubs, when it is only your Ivern defending that bot side tower. If you have Corki, if you have, you know, Leona, maybe it's a little bit different. But, you know, just trying to 3-man the top laner who's not really threatening anything, is kind of just in the lane, is just a bit of an overextension. But I mean, this is a best of 5. Game 1s are often a toss-up for a lot of teams. It'll often be the game where you see them try the most weird things. So maybe they wanted to try, you know, this Corki Vygar, try and play for uber scaling build, and it didn't work. So what? Who cares? 2 more games to at least turn it around and try something else. But Ferris, before we get into those games, we are going to take a short break and get set up for game number 2. So stick around. We'll be right back with the semifinals of Ember Wolves versus Winnipeg Wombats. Welcome back, everyone, to the start of draft of game number 2 of Ember Wolves versus the Winnipeg Wombats. I believe we have swap sides going into game number 2, but as the teams are prepping for draft fairs, I just want to talk about sort of what you think the impact on draft is from going to Fearless, because I sort of brought this up a bit with Moose last week of whether or not you feel like teams save picks for later on into the series to try and, you know, have your better picks versus their worst picks, or sort of, you know, what you think is going on in these teams' heads.
I think it's a combination of maybe something along those lines, but also just taking what you feel is good in the moment and making it count. You get one chance to play the champions that you draft, and whoever you are playing against, you got to make it work, right? You want to win every single game, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. The only constant is you need to have multiple strategies prepared. So for these teams, you know, for example, if you wanted to play the Jinx all 5 games for get-go, well, you're just not going to be able to do that. So we'll see what they end up adapting here, but for the side of Ember Wolves, it was dominant, right? And if that trend continues, we're in for a pretty quick series. So the Winnipeg Wombats, they're going to have to come up with some type of assessment here. What went wrong? I think a lot of it was they fell really behind in the tempo. What can they do to slow the game down if they play a composition similar to what they did in game 1 to really halt that really fast train rolling down the tracks, which is the Ember Wolves towards your Nexus?
Yeah, and I think something that I really want to credit Ember Wolves for it is their composition was very well rounded. I feel like we don't see this a lot when, you know, I feel like it's the deciding factor sometimes with these teams is just better composition structure, because you have solid, I want to talk about these teams. You have really solid front line. Renekton, Rel, Skarner never gonna die to anything that isn't a tank shredder. Really solid engage with the Ahri, you know, ult forward into charm, the Rel engage, the Skarner being able to flank from super far away, and then you have late game insurance with Jinx, and just really good early skirmish with the Skarner and Ahri. And I mean, you know, I feel like, you know, Winnipeg Wombats, they put a little bit too many of their eggs in the scaling basket, in the let's hope they don't beat us basket. But you're gonna have to change that up going into game number 2. They have swapped sides, so I think we can determine that Winnipeg Wombats' preferred side is going to be this blue. I feel like blue 1 has been very powerful for, you know, the last couple patches, you know, with the likes of Cassante, with the likes of Hui being very powerful and very, you know, first pickable and blindable for the most part. Not really too many junglers. I feel like we've been seeing the resurgence of Wukong as sort of a pick. But I don't know. I mean, blue 1 obviously leaves you with the best, the first pick of all the OPs. And Winnipeg Wombats, I feel like, really need to make the most use of this.
Again, Ambessa won't be available. That's the first thing that comes to my mind when I think of OP, is that Ambessa going to be taken off the board. I love, because I was just about to mention this, what Ember Wolves are doing here if they ban away the Ashe. Ashe is a champion that is so important in a fearless situation because only one team can get her, and she's so good for setup. She's so good at being reliable in games like these, where even if you fall behind in the lane phase, you always have the enchanted crystal arrow to make plays happen, to be a pseudo engage for your team, just to be disruptive. That's exactly what Ashe is. So for the Ember Wolves on the red side, knowing that potentially the Wombats could pick that B1 there for Kevin, who's played it multiple times here in AML, is a very sound strategy. And now instead they're going to be picking up the Volibear here, which could go into the jungle, could go into the top lane. They're keeping up that sort of mysterious, those flex picks, and trying to see and feel out what Ember Wolves are going to do here.
Yeah, we just have to make sure we don't overcook a bit. Yeah, I mean, Volibear is a champion that we've been seeing, I feel like, more so in the top lane a lot over the past year than has been in jungle. Just the ability to go for that Rift Breaker and to have the the Navori quick plays as well as the build, and Rod of Aegis. It is an interesting combination of items. We will get that pick for you. R1 is going to be Wukong for Ember Wolves, so bear with us while we deal with the very finicky, let's call it, draft lull. But yeah, we were just saying it before the draft, is Wukong coming back into the meta, and with the pick of Volibear, with a pick that really strikes that thin line of, is not a crazy tank but is not a crazy bruiser as well, that will one shot you. I think Wukong is a very good pick. Zeri is going to be really good into Volibear. Having all that movement speed, the ability to kite around, is going to cause a massive headache for the Thunder Bear.
And let's see what the response is in the bot lane, because the Zeri pickup is very bold. Draven would be awesome. I would love to see this out of the Wombats if they can pull it off. I think Kiwi Kemen has a game of Draven. It was either them or Gecko that had that.
Well, it's locked in.
Draven is locked in. So I wanted to see a Zeri counter. I wanted to see something like Caitlyn, or the Ashe was banned away, which is good on the Ember Wolves, but the Draven will put a lot of pressure here on to Gecko in the bot side. Now, support matchup matters a whole lot. So for the Wombats, I think they should save their support pick until later. Poppy could be that support, but it also could go into the top side. You could still put the Volibear into the jungle. If they lock in the Nautilus, okay, throw that out the window. They're going to see what that pick is. So at the very least, for the Ember Wolves, they can get a support counter.
This, not to overcook, all right? Nautilus has been making a very big appearance at the top side as of late. Nautilus top has become a very, I think, not a very common, but it has become a lot more common as of late in the top side. I know of at least a couple high elo players that have been playing it. Braum, is sort of that gut reaction pick when you see a Nautilus. And so, I mean, if you are the Winnipeg Wombats, maybe you're aware of that pick. They obviously knew that there was going to be something potentially. They had the Poppy, they hovered it, thinking that, okay, maybe they'll go Braum if we lock in Nautilus, but it is definitely confirmed. I really like this Olaf ban, by the way, from Ember Wolves. Zeri is a bit of a headache for Olaf, but when you're against Wukong, when you're against Braum, it is very difficult, but also not confident as to where this Volibear is going, or maybe they're very confident that it's going jungle as we see that Rumble hover. But Winnipeg Wombats, I would love to see a Nautilus top. I think it'd just be really interesting for the sake of spicing up the game. Because you need something that will be able to lock down the Zeri, something that can set up the Draven. I actually don't know what they would pick to pair alongside the Draven if this Nautilus does not go support. Maybe just bite the bullet and pair it up. But Rumble, Olaf gonna get taken away by Ember Wolves, two very lane dominant top laners, and laners that would really give the Volibear agency to do whatever they want on the map. Really try and stick it to the Wukong, who is not the strongest before their first item, certainly not stronger than Volibear. But Ember Wolves, with two mid laners banned away, have the first pick of the second phase, and it will be Ornn.
Ornn is great here if they do pick it up, because it's a solid blind top laner. Again, Volibear still could go into the jungle, so they don't necessarily know what they're up against. And the ornaments are fantastic for your identity. Another scaling identity here for Ember Wolves. It's the Gecko show on this Zeri. You want those ornaments to buff up this character, and then the Wukong can be very powerful as well as a secondary carry and saving that last pick once again.
I believe it's a good
Burger
volley
King.
matchup. Oh, it is a very good Mordekaiser matchup.
Yeah,
not as checkmate as I believe it once was. I think Ornn has sort of re-risen to the mage tank assassin 80 carry champion that he was back in the day. Mordekaiser just hasn't really been too powerful, but it is very good into Braum. It is incredibly good, I feel like, into almost every single member of Ember Wolves. And to be able to take away either the Ornn in lane or be able to disengage the Wukong from your team and allow both Draven and Nautilus to re-engage, I think is going to be critical in these team fights. How they run it out is going to be Sylas. I do like Call of the Forge God and Cyclone as potential options. I don't know. Maybe you can share this. I think you said you were an 80 carry main earlier, but I don't know how good Sylas is with the Lightning Crash.
It's not bad. You can blow people up with it. It's a pretty good burst option. So not the worst for sure.
All right. It's like Blitzcrank ulti on steroids a bit, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. Just like Blitzcrank ult. Let's see what the counter pick is for Burger King here in the mid lane. Up against the Sylas. Could go into the Yasuo. There it is, the Yasuo Yone. Because I know when I did the scouting for Burger King, it was mages, Yasuo Yone. And okay, I'm not very knowledgeable on this matchup in the mid lane. Again, 2 melee champions. Sylas is one that normally suffers from those mage matchups that can play the range advantage. This time, that is not going to be the case. There's not a lot of value for Windwall in this game either. For Yasuo, you have Draven's auto attacks and also the Whirling Death, which you can Windwall away as well. The Nautilus Hook, I guess, as well, is solid. But in lane, not a lot of value there. It's going to be a pretty exciting mid lane matchup here. This is giving me those 2022 Worlds Akali Sylas mid lane matchup vibes here, Septi.
Well, Sylas always struggles with, I feel like, champions that have better resource management than him, as well as can dodge away from his poke with the chains. And I feel like just champion mastery wise, Burger King is going to have a real edge in this lane, just because it is their namesake. It's not on League, but in Discord, I think their handle is Yasuo lol or Yasuo player. So
yeah, I think so.
If you look at them in the Discord, their handle is Yasuo player. So that is a bit of a sign there. You have some decent knockup. You have Cyclone, you have Glacial Fissure, you have Ornhorn, all very good opportunities for Yasuo to get big plays. But I think I've seen Burger King also play without any knockups before, so certainly capable of creating their own plays. And I will say, I think Ember Wolves are very fortunate that they can build a lot of armor in this game and only really have to worry about the magic damage coming from Braum and Ornn, which not to say is nothing, because Ornn certainly does do far too much magic damage, but it is not as much as, say, a full-blown mage or an assassin like Akali. But we will have to see if Winnipeg Wombats can actually make that happen. But before we get into game number 2, we are going to take a short break to get ourselves set up. Actually, pause that, because we have a little bit of time. Ferris, I want to hear what your thoughts are on these drafts.
Well, I like the point that you made about the lack of magic damage on the Ember Wolves side, which means, for me, they are going to have to get to those really late points with the Zeri and the Yasuo, where they have penetration items built, and they can eat through all the armor that the Volibear, the Nautilus, or maybe even the Mordekaiser and the Sylas will build, because they don't necessarily have a true tank on their team. It's not something like a Scion or a Rammus that's going to be completely nigh impenetrable. They'll build a little bit of armor, and then those Lord Dominic's Regards, the Mortal Reminders, that will eat through the other side. The most important thing for the Winnipeg Wombats is this bot lane. Draven, if you pick this champion, you have to get the lead food, it is feast, it is famine. Those are your two options. You have a solid matchup into the Zeri. The support matchup can get dicey there with Marcotte having that counter pick of the Braum into the Nautilus. But if Kiwi Kemen gets those kills, gets those adoration stacks in that massive gold lead for the Draven, then that is the real key win condition here for the Wombats, unless they get a big lead elsewhere. But if the Draven falls behind, we all know how useless a Draven is when they fall behind, when they don't get those stacks and those cash-ins. That is going to be the biggest thing I'm looking for in this one.
I mean, it's going to be probably a very similar play style to what we saw in the last game. It's going to be fight for bot, fight for bot, fight for bot. The only difference being that Snarfles is going to be able to impact that lane a lot earlier than with the likes of an Ivern, and will have the ability to get those stuns and run at both Gecko and Marcotte, who, you know, not necessarily are the, you know, the least mobile of lanes. Gecko should be able to jump and at least give Marcotte an escape should they find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation. Not to mention as well, Marcotte, a Braum favored matchup, being able to block the hook as well as immediately trade back onto the Nautilus while taking reduced damage from that direction. I mean, we're gonna have to see. I think Gecko and Burger King both played incredibly well in game number one. Nostalgia found some great gank angles, but is on, I would argue, a very, very different champion and play style in this Wukong. Skarner, one of those, you know, gank first, farm second types, whereas Wukong, you really need to get the gold and get to your level 6 before you can start making a bunch of plays. And I want to see Captain Snarfles really capitalize on that. I want to see an early dragon. I want to see, you know, first grubs before the Wukong can really start going in this game. Because let's be honest, you're going to have push in at least top and in bot. Mid lane is going to be a bit of a skill matchup, so relying on Kept to sort of keep it even there for the first, you know, 6, 7, 8 minutes, so you can at least get both the first grubs and the first dragon would be the ideal. At best, I think you trade in order to play the side lanes later with Tomato Tom, who by all means should be kept on an island this game versus the Ornn, and really just create an advantage in the 1v1.
Absolutely. Snarfles on the Volley Bear. Stormbringer, the ultimate, is so good for tower diving. Maybe they get some tower dives down as well. Let's see what they can set up in the bot side. I already talked about getting the Draven head and being so important. You can also utilize that ultimate from the Volley Bear to turn off the tower and make some magic happen. And getting that early priority as well would be fantastic for Snarfles to get those objectives like you were talking about. The big concern is, for the side of Winnipeg Wombats, not only do you need that lead, but it's important so that when the 5 versus 5s happen, where Ember Wolves is so strong, your wallet can kind of be your bailout. You're so rich that you can just overpower your opponents who aren't quite on their item spikes yet. If they're at even strength, Ember Wolves, I like what you mentioned about all the synergies in the Ember Wolves composition with Yasuo, Cyclone, Call the Forge God, Glacial Fisher. All of these abilities, those 3 ultimates there from the Wukong, Ornn, and Braum, can all be the startup for a multiple person last breath that can be the setup that the Ember Wolves need to win a fight. Their team fighting is insane, and it is going to put a lot of pressure on someone like Kiwi Kemen, who needs to position according to all of that threat onto him from this Ember Wolves team.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the points you made, and I feel like we are in for an explosive game number 2. So stick around. We'll be right back with the start of game number 2 of Winnipeg Wombats versus Ember Wolves.
Welcome back, everyone, onto the Rift for game number 2 here in the Aegis Marauder League, where we've got the Ember Wolves taking on the Winnipeg Wombats, and EMW with that 1-0 lead to start off this series, and they might be starting off their game with a bang as Snarfles is in some trouble. They're just going to ignore him, though. They're just going to walk it on out. They're going to chase him, probably just going to end up wrapping it around the rock.
We're not even going to throw the Winter's Bite, Marcote. I feel like that's a free flash if you do. Because realistically, Nostalgia should be starting E, the Nimbus Strike. Or it was just the craziest vision games ever, and Snarfles just didn't get seen for the first 2 seconds. But anyway, Titan, gotta get that first ward kill. It's gonna be 10 gold. Or maybe just 5 gold. But it was not gonna be the XP anymore. Right, took that out of the game, thankfully. So no cheesy level 2s on the first wave for anyone. But Titan, gonna be potentially a little bit delayed going through this first wave, and we're gonna have to see if it actually impacts anything that Kiwi Kemen wants to do. Yeah, I mean, Gecko and Marcote gonna walk with the wave, gonna be able to zone Draven potentially off of at least the ability to hit that first minion with their axe, or not. Doesn't matter.
The priority for the Draven, I mean, if they don't get priority here, it's gonna be pretty unfortunate, because you do want to get that push. You want to get that level 2 first. You want to get the Dredge Lane on the Nautilus when you have that level 2 advantage. They're actually just going to look for it now, as Kiwi Kemen going to find some good trades here. Auto for auto, going to drop some axes. Did he actually drop both axes? That would be pretty unfortunate if he did, but nonetheless, the trade goes well. And another thing to point out here, Septi, is Gecko doesn't have the barrier in this 2 versus 2 either. Going for the ghost, playing for that more scaling rune, is going to make it all the more dangerous for this Zeri.
I think on the counter, though, Kiwi Kemen doesn't have cleanse either. So Marcote, if they're able to land the Winter's Bite or any passive onto that Draven, should be able to land a stun probably more often than not. But take a look at these junglers, both clearing down towards the bot side yet again. Both gonna get spotted shortly on their respective bot sides, as Nair gonna take a whole lot of pain from Tomato Tom early on in this game. And this is a critical moment here for Gecko. How well can this Zeri CS under tower? It really will sort of, I feel like, define the lane. I know it's very early on to say that, but when Kiwi Kemen and Titan are able to stack such a big wave under the tower, and potentially make, well, good smite from Nostalgia, but it looks like an invade. Only 5 camps taken from both junglers here, as Nair gonna be in a bit of trouble.
One more Q would do it for Tomato Tom. Not quite going to have that off cooldown, but the flash will bring it to him. First blood to the Winnipeg Wombats. We're seeing action happen all across the map right now, as Gecko actually dashes forward. That is going to be his demise. A very uncalculated play, a big mistake coming through, and it won't go to the Draven, unfortunately, but still, it will be Winnipeg Wombats starting off the game with 2 kills. Much better than how things were starting up. Well, actually, things started off not bad for them in game 1, but this is a good sign for game 2.
I mean, thankfully Gecko didn't give that kill to Draven, but that is sort of gifting the lane to the side of Winnipeg Wombats here. I think everything was going absolutely fine for Gecko and for Marcote, but maybe mistakenly, I'd have to say, tried to E just closer to the wall, or maybe just was unprepared for how close Draven was to that wall. I think a flash engage from Titan as well was a bit surprising, as Nostalgia gonna fight Snarfles here, but 2 longswords in the Wukong's inventory.
Yeah, Wukong does so much damage in these 1 versus 1s, but right now the Volley Bear just kind of stat checking him right now. But look who's here first. It's going to be Nair, and Snarfles is going to be the one who's flash. Bellows Breath is going to be enough from Nair. The Ornn dealing out the deeps. That is the wonderful tank we know and love, who's cosplaying as a damage carry, able to grab that kill. Burger King going to be in a 2 versus 1, but actually likes these odds with the wind wall, is going to be able to stop the abduct from coming through from the side of Kept. Is going to push that wave in.
I just say that outcome for Nair is so great. Yes, you used the flash, but your wave was frozen against you anyway. There was nothing you really needed to do back in your lane. So the fact that you're able to roam down, get into kill, and get some assist gold onto your Wukong is for sure the best outcome. Yes, Nostalgia didn't get the kill, but it might have been very hard to actually make that play stick for the Wukong. But, you know, taking a look at how the map has sort of settled down a little bit, CSing in the mid lane is by far in favor of Burger King. Just doing a very nice job of staying ahead and trying to trade with Kep. Has already forced out the TP. Yes, Burger King TP'd first, but TP'd with a lot more gold. It's gonna be a you know, a full recurve and a dagger versus boots and an Am Tome. And if you're Yasuo with lethal tempo, it is just far better for you to be able to actually have that extra auto attack speed. Oh.
We're gonna see a hook come through. Marcotte gonna take a little bit of damage, but here's the stacked wave. This is where Draven and Nautilus want to pressure, but look who's down bot side. It is going to be Nostalgia. If I am Emberwolves right now, I'm looking to punish this Draven. I'm looking to make him lose all of those stacks. His Burger King could be in trouble themselves. Is going to be able to get out, but did have to use the flash, as we can see now. No flash available for him. Let's see if they can get anything
no
here.
Flash.
Concussive blows are going to be stacked now onto Titan, but Gecko once again, flash goes way too far forward. First kill is going to go to Kemen, and that
Nostalgia?
would be his cash in on this Zeri, making the key mistakes. Double kill to the Draven, and a complete and utter disaster for the Emberwolves in the bot lane. 2 versus 3.
I feel like that's wild that Nostalgia doesn't try and fight that, because you have, as you said, the Winter's Bite, you have your stacking passive, and you have, you know, you're very close to the level of 6. Nostalgia is probably a kill or an assist away from getting that level, but in the mid lane, Burger King gonna use the last
They're
breath.
looking
Very
for
close.
it. Almost grabs that kill.
Though.
Able to
Yeah,
get out.
no flash on Burger King means that Kep should be okay for the time being, but with that wave not fully under tower, it could be a little bit of a problem. Now Burger King very close, actually. Gonna try and hold on to that Q3, potentially maybe find it over the wall. No, the abscond gonna keep kept safe for the time being. But in the meanwhile, as we see, Snarfle's gonna be on the backside here, but there is support for Burger King. Still no Cyclone onto Nostalgia. Has gone about 30 seconds without actually finding any gold or XP for themselves. And on the top side, yeah, look at the top side too. Gonna lose at least the red buff, maybe even more, as well as full vision is going to be placed in favor of this Wukong. And we're seeing as well sort of the, I guess, playing into the benefit now of Captain Snarfle's of that, you know, top side scuttle fight, is his camps are on such a weird delay that there is absolutely nothing for Nostalgia to farm. I believe was able to take away those raptors or get enough XP from standing behind the raptor wall on mid that they're able now to hit level 6, but the CS lead in jungle, and it will be probably that whole top side taken away by Snarfles. So I mean, rather fortunate jungling for the Winnipeg Wombats jungler, but First Dragon will go the game of the Ember Wolves. Very decent from that spawn of grubs, so we will have to see if the game explodes there. But nothing too crazy. Nair gonna probably be going for the MR Sunfire item.
Yeah, it's looking real good for the Wombats. 2-0 on your Draven, 20 CS lead as well. And topside, you're also winning. You had the solo kill for Tomato Tom. It's going to be pretty easy for this Mordekaiser to keep the Ornn in check. Gecko on this Zeri. I've been saying it when I was making these calls here. Dashing over the walls in these skirmishes and going too far forward. You just have to play front to back behind your Braum in that situation while your Wukong goes forward. And Gecko keeps compromising their position. And it's
Burger King.
Those big Draven kills. Burger King looking for the last breath, but pretty safe, close towards the tower, is kept. So going to stay alive. We have 3 grubs there for the Wombats, the first drink to the Emperor Wolves, like you were talking about there, Septi. And they're going to see if they are able to bring this one back. If it's going to really start with shutdown, and that shutdown onto the Draven is going to start, but it is so much more difficult to kill that Draven now with all that healing that they have with that Bloodthirster.
It is a relatively low cooldown, the last breath, as Titan going to get found out here. Base is recalled, but does have flash available should anything transpire. As Titan, once again, going to have their base stopped, but take a look at the inventory of Kiwi Kemen as, hold on, Burger King, you bit off too much.
Burger King has gone way too far forward. This is the theme of the game so far for the Ember Wolves. They are just playing a little bit too disrespectfully in this one. Tomato Tom going to put Nair in the realm of death. should be okay, but actually is blocked off here. This is the edge of the death realm. One more Q would do the trick. There is flash available. Nair forced to flash away. It would have been crazy if Tomato Tom actually flash predicted that, but not going to be the case. You still get the flash out of the Ornn, and more things are going into the way for the Wombats. 5-1. This time, Emberwolves are the ones definitively in the backseat. How can they respond with this type of game situation?
You gotta wait. you gotta wait. Once your Yasuo gets Bork, once Gecko gets Storm Surge, or yes, not Storm Surge. What's it called? I'm forgetting the name of the item.
Static.
Anyway,
oh,
Static Shiv.
The Yuntal is what they are building.
Oh no, yeah, it is gonna be Yuntal with the BF sword as well in inventory. You gotta wait until you get your items, because for the time being, this Draven is going to be so much stronger. As oh my god, that damage.
Oh wow, the Whirling Death is gonna come back and bring him down. Just underneath the tower, just like that. Might get 2 here. Actually could fall. The barrier is going to save him. Titan with the dredge line is able to finish off the Braum. I was skeptical here, Septi, about the Kemen Draven, because they are 2v2, wasn't looking the most fantastic in the lane last time against the Jinx. But wow, what a performance on this champion it's been. We're looking towards the Grubs, because now it's Nostalgia who wants to pick these ones up, is going to go into the Cyclone in the 2 versus 2, the mid junglers, but it will be Snarfles to pick up the kill onto Nostalgia. Burger King will be the only one left, as his top laner has fallen as well. Flash over the wall to safety. The Abduct will miss. The depth charge connects. There's nothing more for them, but continuing to win plays are all across the map is the Wombats. They're not done yet in the mid lane, though. Burger King wants something, needs to try and find something to get something back for his team, but they just don't have the damage. Tomato Tom now on a killing spree. We have seen a complete reversal of game number 1. It's going to be Titan to just tank up the tower there for his squad. Now the Silas has gone too far forward. Nostalgia out of the Death Realm is going to try and pick him up, give the shutdown to Zeri. At the very least, you get that.
This game is just as bloody as the first, but by God, is it so good for the Wombats. 11 kills, and that entire time, Kiwi Kemen was just chilling and farming away on the bot side, has their boots finished. But yeah, I mean, this is, I feel like, the exact opposite of sort of what we saw in game number 1. It is a lot more team coordination coming out from Winnipeg Wombats. I don't even know how much of it is individual play. I feel like, I mean, you take a look at the kill participation, it is Titan team play. 7 kill participation of 11 kills when your top laner has 4 KP as well. But hold on, here we go, Gecko.
They're trying to jump onto Kevin. They're getting teleported on from behind. No, right now it's 4 versus 2. They should be able to get this shutdown. It goes over to the Zeri as well. And this means that Kept can't really join the play. Otherwise, they're going to be in a 4 versus 1 situation. Very good from the Ember Wolves, though. Despite being behind, still willing to make these plays happen. And now they're looking for the Drake.
As I said, there's not as much team play. I'm immediately countered, but keep it coming in from Tomato Tom. This is a big...
Be careful.
This is a very big play going.
Get it. Abduct will not connect. Here comes the death charge. It's going to go down. Storm is going to follow. But Burger King over the wall. That was really impressive, showing their mastery on the Osmo. But still, Winnipeg Wombats, they pick up Marcotte, and they will gain priority of the river and should be able to pick up Drake number 2 of the game.
That is Yasuo we're watching, right? Not like Rek'Sai in disguise. Because
yeah,
that was
it looks like it though.
That was, I think, the longest dash I've ever seen from a Yasuo E. I don't know how much.
I don't think I've ever seen that angle either.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how much of it is skill versus how much of it is like being very fortunate. But Burger King now.
Burger King, you're gonna have to do another one of those. Gets 2 knockups. Actually gets the last breath. Here comes a Glacial Fissure. It is not enough to save the mid laner, though. This is going to be a massacre in the favor of the Winnipeg Wombats. Once again, 2 overzealous, 2 over aggressive, and it is going to be Burger King paying for their hubris. Echo underneath the tower. This Mordekaiser does so much damage. Just full on stat check might be the trade. Not enough. The tower shot didn't do enough to bring him down, and that is so unfortunate for Gecko. Into the Death Realm they go. It should be okay here for Nair, but able to get some kills right back are the Wombats.
This is literally just the stat check game for the Wombats. They have at least 3. I don't know if you'd call Nautilus a stat check or Silas a stat check champion, but like Mordekaiser is just going to do more. Volley is just going to do more. Draven just going to do more. The fact that they were also able to stop that second dragon, I think, is really important. You are, I think, the more aggressive early game team as the Wombats, and so you want to put yourself in a position to make them fight early dragons, or fight dragons as early as possible, rather. And with a Chemtech Soul, it is not as great, but I think when you're a team that has 3 massive bruisers, like the Wombats, Chem Soul is going to be really nice to have that low HP tenacity and, you know, extra survivability. But Titan has looked so menacing on this Nautilus that it is so hard for Gecko and Burger King to position. There is no traditional wave clear on the side of the Ember Wolves, and so once Kiwi Kemen decides to start pushing a lane, there is not really much that the Ember Wolves can do but seed the wave and hope that there is not a Nautilus or a Volibear or a Mordekaiser somewhere hiding behind with teleport. Gold lead.
I would just be 5-manning right now if I am the Wombats, because they have 13 kills ahead. Exactly. Yeah. 8,000 gold in the lead. You just siege down the mid tower. You force fights. You talk about Kiwi Kemen getting priority in those lanes. They can push the lanes, the items, give the CS to them. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster. Also, I love the plated steel caps as well, because we talked about the fact that it's full physical damage from the Ember Wolves. Now it's going to be that much harder to take down this Draven, especially when they are on that low economy, and the plated steel caps are just going to get that much more value.
Yeah, I mean, we're 17 minutes into the game. Burger King not even finished with their Bork, so cannot even really match into the Mordekaiser on this top side is kept. Gotta keep trading as Marcotte gets caught here.
Oh, Marcotte is caught. Say that 10 times fast. The depth charge will connect. Give the kill to the Draven. The flash will not matter. Now a 1 versus 1 in the bot side. It is going to be Burger King in the realm of death. And that is about as fitting of a name as it gets, because the Yasuo will end up falling. Call of the Forge God here is going to come through from near, but he is completely caught out. There is just not a whole lot of damage. They're able to grab one with this Zeri, but she isn't able to deal enough in this one. The Stormbringer will crash down upon her, and that will do it for all 5 from the Ember Wolves.
Well, 4 minutes. Can the Wombats do it in 4 minutes? That's what I want to know at this point, because I feel like, you know, up 10,000 gold in 17 minutes is kind of an impossible position to lose with. You have 6 grubs. You have a dragon match. You are up 10,000 gold. You're going to be 3 items shortly, probably on your Draven, as working towards that last whisper item already. I talked about Winnipeg Wombats getting whiplash after game number 1, but maybe I should have been more concerned about the Ember Wolves, because
yeah,
this is I mean, your mid laner is playing their namesake, and the game is going like this.
And it's mostly just been the failed skirmishes that happened in the early game. And also Burger King as well, too. You can't put all the blame on Gecko for those misplays.
No, of course
that's the
not.
other thing, too. The Burger King is on their namesake, their signature champion. They've made a lot of plays where they've gone too far forward. Here's an example of another one. Has to burn the flash to get out of the situation. Won't be able to use that for a further fight. And now Winnipeg Wombats, if they do want to go for that record, this would be a game, or that beat that 21-minute end that the Ember Wolves had in game number 1. They could try, but they have the luxury of just being able to take it slow, play for a Baron, play for more Drakes, and eventually close this game out around the 30-minute mark if they want to. They have so many options available.
I feel like even if you play it slow, right? A lot of the times when you play slow, you worry about, you know, enemy team getting enough gold to come back into it. But I feel like as long as you're ahead on gold in this game, the enemy champions will never be more useful than you, unless you make a macro mistake. But regardless of the gold lead, if you make a macro mistake, if you, lose out on 2 towers, let the gold lead close, if you position yourself in an alley versus Wukong, Braum, and, Yasuo Ornn, that is irredeemable. But Kept. Oh, gonna get the Yasuo ulti
He's
too.
gonna go for the 1 versus 1. Last breath, hijacked last breath is utilized, and Snarfles is here for their mid laner. Burger King in a 2 versus 1, already down to half HP. This should just be the cleanup now for the Volley Bear. Gonna try and dip and dash his way through. He's mobile, but not mobile enough. He lands the knockup. He's delaying the inevitable, and the kill will go to Kept. Response play here for the Ember Wolves on the top side. They're trying to knock down this Mordekaiser, who does have the Realm of Death though, and is gonna flash forward onto the Wukong. Should be able to pick up this kill. The question is, can they get the shutdown out of the Realm of Death? There's a lot of gold up and available. If they can get it onto their Zeri, it would be absolutely massive. They're losing their towers elsewhere on the map. They just gotta bring down this Mordekaiser, and they will. So something back for Ember Wolves, but still overall a pretty solid trade for the Wombats.
Yeah, an additional 550 gold for this area is gonna be nice. We'll move them pretty close to on par with Draven, at least in item count. Draven's items are much more expensive than these Zeri items currently. I believe Yuntal is about the same price. No, it is much cheaper than both IE and Bloodthirster. Same goes for Runon's Hurricane, but you know, in item count, still very close. Yasuo going to be moving towards what I believe is potentially a Kraken Slayer as their next item. Not really sure what Hearthbound Axe builds into these days anymore. But critically does have the completion of that Bork, so it's more or less full build on the Yasuo. But I mean, you got to talk about the top fight, because I know they were trying to give the kill to Gecko, but it was a bit of a debacle. The fact that Nostalgia 8 also goes down in that fight, doesn't use the Winter's Breath, or not the Winter's Breath, hold on.
They're looking for Tomato Tom again. Now, they don't have the Realm of Death this time. These are good plays from the Wombats. They should be able to pick him up here. They do. Nair was able to tank up the entirety of the tower, and they get an objective bounty. Whirling Death. Whirling Death, is that what it is? It is! Wow, from downtown, Kiwi Kemen lines it up, takes down the tier 2 as well, gets that 700 gold. I'm surprised the turn onto the Baron didn't happen.
I mean, it still can.
Wait, hold on a second. Kept is in trouble. Ignite is going to go down. The Kingslayer healing is going to be mitigated, but the stasis will keep them alive before the rest of the team gets here. And now the Draven has arrived. This guy is unleashed. Double kill. It's going to be a triple real fast. Those axes are hitting hard. Gecko can do nothing to kite away. And the rush of the Draven from the W is too much. Triple kill to Kemen. They're moving towards the Baron.
Burger King, we're not in the bush. As Titan is just gonna walk this down. I feel like this is like a for fun, the game is unlosable moment for this Nautilus. Also, Burger King has no idea where Tomato Tom is just yet.
Yeah, he's got to he's just buying time right now. They're actually teleporting for this. So we got an interesting 2 versus 2 on our hands. Last Breath is going to get away from the pullback, but into the death realm goes Burger King. And now it's just a Mordekaiser clinic. Drop the Q, finish off that kill. Nair, is he able to kill the Nautilus? He is, but that will be him falling as well. Here comes the hijack call of the Forge God. It goes wide thanks to that searing charge. Trying to get towards that Chemtech infused blast cone. It is going to get there, but hey, Draven's there for the alley-oop. Kiwi Kemen is legendary. 29 kills for the Wombats. This one has been absolutely bloody.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to how, you know, the Ember Wolves are going to approach the rest of this game. Is this the... because I feel like if it were me, I feel like I personally would try and claw out, but for the sake of mental, for the sake of, you know, just being able to say, all right, well, this one's over, just go next. I feel like maybe you look at this dragon in 30 seconds time and you think, maybe we try one more time, fight as a team, you know, buy our potions, see if we can get ourselves some shutdown gold and get back into the game. But like, even so, the only person with real shutdown gold is that Draven. Yes, there's 600 on the other two, but that's not going to make up for a 13,000 gold difference. You know, Baron being worn as well. You don't have your ultis available. Ornn won't have their ults for probably, you know, another 30 seconds or so.
Might just try and force the play right here. In goes Kept with the Abduct. Is going to go down to half HP, though. He might just drop here before the fight starts. Goes into the stasis, though, that keeps him alive once again. Burger King's into the back line, but there just isn't enough for him. The Zeri is going to grab one, but is going to fall in the end because now the Draven has arrived. But there's actually a lot of low health bars, but it will just be the health bars of the Ember Wolves that are low. Kevin is actually able to stay alive with just a sliver of health. A close exchange. That might have been your Hail Mary play that you were talking about, Septi, but just not quite enough as they now try and siege down this tower with no minions.
I mean, it looked like a good engage onto Kept, but there was not enough of a chain of CC. The zone just was able to be popped, and I mean, this one is going to be wrapped up nice and clean. Not 21 minutes like game number 1, but 25 minutes is going to be the call that the Winnipeg Wombats make as Gecko coming back. Gonna try with one last bit of
should just be over.
Breath. Yeah, no, it is gonna be over. Winnipeg Wombats gonna strike back in a very, very convincing game number 2 fashion to bring us level in our semifinals. And yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. This is gonna be I don't know. I felt like game 1 was gonna tell us a lot about how that series or how this series was gonna go, but game 2 has shown me that I was incredibly wrong about the conclusions I made from game number 1, judging by the fact that there is not a single bit of red on this gold graph.
That tsunami's back. It just keeps showing up. It's tsunami season here at Aegis Marauder League. And honestly, I'll say the same here. I was not expecting a game like this after what we had in game number 1. This is my first 2 looks at these teams, and going into it, I knew that both of them were very good, but the track record that Ember Wolves had, their 14-3 game record heading into this series, they have such a stomp masterclass of a game in the first one. I thought this might have just been a 3-0 with the Wombats out for the count, but I thought way too soon. They strike back in this one. There was a lot of good plays made by the Wombats, but it did look shaky here as well from the side of the Ember Wolves on their champions. We've already talked about, Burger King, very well known for this Yasuo, but making a whole lot of positional mistakes, walking too far forward in the jungle, Gecko hopping over the walls in places that they should not be in these fights, giving Draven those early cash-ins, and of course, very good on the Wombats to make it so that once they got that lead, they absolutely ran with it, as you can see in the breakdown.
Yeah, I feel like when you look back at this game, you have to, review your expectations of each lane going into it. We talked about top lane was going to be in favor of the Winnipeg Wombats because Mordekaiser absolutely destroys Ornn. Bot lane with Draven Nautilus is going to win for the most part versus Zeri and Braum, regardless of what universe the Zeri decides to E into. Maybe one that doesn't involve melee range of Draven with no barrier, but that's for another time. But so we already know 2 lanes going to be in favor, if neutral, for the side of the Wombats. The mid lane is the one that you really needed to make an impact in, and I feel like most times we would trust Burger King to make that play, to make that matchup worth. And then you don't really have much in the way of playmaking. Nostalgia on the Wukong, not really able to find the engages early enough on to make the impact. And so when you have lanes that naturally lose early, when you have a mid laner that does not win their matchup, and then you have a jungler that does not really have the capability as a champion to influence the lanes in enough of a positive direction, we could say it's a surprise. We could say that after game 1, it might have caught us off guard. But I mean, looking back at the facts, it seems almost inevitable that it could have gone this way. Maybe not to the nth degree that it did in this game, but I mean, hey, Winnipeg Wombats, they took what they drafted and they ran with it. They absolutely ran with it.
Yes, they did. It was pretty astonishing there, the turnaround that we have seen. And you can see this a lot of times in best of 5s. You see stomp after stomp after stomp. Sometimes a 3-0 can be closer than a whole 5-game series. We'll see if we do end up getting to those 5 games, but this is the swing match coming up next. Who's going to take that 2-1 lead? Who is going to put their opponent's backs against the wall and capitalize on this momentum that the Wombats have? Are they going to capitalize on it? Are the Ember Wolves going to bounce back? That's what we're going to find out after cutting to a very short intermission. And we return. Game 3 draft will be on the horizon. Don't go anywhere.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never alone. Let the poison in. Feel the warmth arise. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never soon you'll be set truly free.
We are back for the Aegis Marauder League after a short intermission between game 2 and 3. And game 3 is on the horizon here between the Ember Wolves and the side. Oh, I'm forgetting the names. I'm choking on the names here. We got the side of Ember Wolves and Winnipeg Wombats. There we are. In this best of 5, we have seen both teams have quite the stomp of a matchup. It was Winnipeg Wombats in game 2. It was Ember Wolves in game 1. Pretty shocking outcome to this series thus far. We're going to see who takes it in game 3. And reminder, this is full fearless, so not going to see any of the champions that we just saw in those 2 games.
Yeah, no more Draven, no more Nautilus, no more Wukong, no more Volley or Mordekaiser, thank God. But also no more Yasuo for Burger King. So missing out on the opportunity to make the most, again, of their namesake, of the champion that they, play so often. But I feel like, the same could be said for game number 1 from, the likes of not being able to have Corki, Jax, or Ivern anymore. But taking a look, I mean, those premier melee supports, the ones that, so many teams rely on to really get those snap engages, they're now coming few and far between. Really just the Alistar and Rakan left available, maybe the Swain if you're feeling a little bit frisky, but we're not going to have the same kind of bot lanes that we've had in previous games. Maybe we see a switch up for something like a Kog'Maw. Maybe we go to, I don't know, maybe something like a Caitlyn where you're able to play with an enchanter like Lux or Karma. I'm curious to see which team wants to capitalize on this. Ember Wolves clearly wanting to keep on the red side here. I think we saw that, Wombats, with that B1 pick, they were very capable of making plays happen. The Volibear looked very good in the hands of Starfalz, being able to find those early picks, being able to, I won't say luck into some good jungle sequencing, but, was able to find the counterplay to Wukong playing on the bot side. And I want to see that continue because game 1 was a very weird, I'll call it, sort of dichotomy from going from Ivern to Volibear, but I think looking much better on the skirmish heavy champs. And maybe that should just be the mantra for Winnipeg Wombats going forward, is just play for skirmish, play for early, make them fight us when we want to fight, and not really rely on this, this scaling nonsense that the Koreans like so much or used to in the past.
It looked so much better for the Wombats in that game number 2. They were the ones that could set the pace. There were even some moments where it was Ember Wolves that were going for these plays, like that very early gank that happened that didn't end up going in their favor. But with that, the Wombats, they took full control of the game with tempo. They absolutely crushed it. So that's what they should be looking towards again in game 3 to replicate that success. And like you're saying there, Septi, getting another composition like they had in game 2 is going to be able to get that online for them. So we're now into the draft. We are going to see what the bands are going to be. Once again, the Wombats, they are able to have, again, this B1 priority. It was the Volibear last time around. We'll see if they still opt in to prioritize that jungle pickup there for themselves on that first blue side pick. And I wonder now if they still ban that Mbessa.
My guess is either going to be Mbessa's taken first. It probably won't be, but it's going to be Swain or Alistar. Or maybe it will be Mbessa. Okay. Maybe Ember Wolves are thinking that they want to take a gamble on it, or at least bait Ember Wolves into taking it. Because if they do take the Mbessa on the flip, Ember Wolves will be able to snatch both Swain and Alistar, considering that Sylas is not available. You don't have to worry about the ulti thief for the entirety of the remainder of this series. Now, Winnipeg Wombats, they're left to think, they're left to consider the types of champions, the direction that they want to go in this series defining game 3, and it's going to be the Maokai. It is the white toast of first overall picks, leaving the door open to put that support, leaving the door open to put a jungle. I don't think I've seen it jungle too often. I feel like when I do, it's sort of the Leandri style build, but it leaves Ember with far too many power picks, I feel.
If they go for, I would like to see an Mbessa come through. Mbessa did get nerfed a little bit on 1424, but still a very strong champion. I would have to imagine Kayn would be crazy, and I would have to think is going to go into the hands of Nostalgia. So a very interesting pick. I was trying to theorize maybe they go for some range to try and counteract this Maokai. Maybe they start to pick their bot lane to start things off, but the Kayn lock-in, they assume it might be a Maokai going into the jungle, or they want to force that kind of matchup, or they just feel Kayn is going to be strong regardless of what what happens in this one. He is one of those more blind pickable junglers, has that flexibility. There's that Alistar you were talking so much about there, Septi, that is going to come through for the Ember Wolves, and they have a much different approach to their draft this time. They're still saving that pick for Gecko, which I think is going to be wise, as there's the Mbessa for the Wombats.
Yeah, I think it's a much more, front foot forward type of composition. Instead of trying to play on defense, trying to play to soak the engage, they're really going to take the game into their own hands. And I feel like that's what defined their game. Number one is that they were able to actually take the fights that they wanted instead of, worrying about where is the other team, how are we going to soak the engage and play forward. And Bessa and Ziggs were two champions that I believe were both banned last game. I believe Emberwolves bans were Ziggs and Bessa and Ashe. If I'm not mistaken, I can double check that real quick, but a champion that is very good at neutralizing aggressive bot lanes. And yes, it was Mbessa, Ashe, and Ziggs were the three bans in phase number one last game. Irelia gonna get locked in. I wonder if this is a Nair and Burger King flex, or if they just assume Mbessa is going to one lane or the other, because there's a world where Mbessa goes jungle still. There's a world where this Irelia is left without a lane opponent. But we will have to see as we get into phase number two. There's a lot of AP left to be desired on the Timberwolves side.
I think this Irelia is going to go into the hands of Nair and is going to challenge that Mbessa in the top lane. Again, it could be the Maokai support. It would be a really interesting support matchup if that's the case. You have two supports that like to be the ones to disengage more so than engage, although they're both effective at doing so. The Nair Irelia is a champion they love to play, and so would be something very exciting to watch out for, because similar to something like a Draven in the bot lane, the Irelia in the top lane needs that lead as well. She's a very lane dominant champion. That's how Riot has skewed her stats to be, is lane dominant and not so good outside of lane, especially if she falls behind. We're seeing bans roll through. LeBlanc taken away from the side of the Wombats, targeting Burger King's AP assassin sort of part of their champion pool and mitigating that catch potential onto the Ziggs, trying to keep them safe. And also could be a mid lane Ziggs for Kept, although we always see Ziggs in the bot side. Recently in League of Legends, Kept has played so much Ziggs that I do believe it will be that artillery mage in the mid lane for them.
Aurora banned away from Ember Wolves. I feel like Aurora kind of would be perfect for what Ember Wolves currently have set up. You're able to lock them down, and Bessa doesn't really have a way through the between realms. Same with the Ziggs. I guess maybe you're just worried that the Maokai probably is able to lock you down maybe a little bit too well. Sivir is a decent matchup into Ziggs. You're able to spell shield some pretty easy stuff, as well as wave clear against the mage. I feel like is the most important thing. But you said that Ziggs most likely will be going into the hands of Kept, which is sort of, I guess, why I consider that this Irelia might be mid. But I know you said it's a Nair champ, so we will have to see, sort of how these matchups go, because I think Ziggs is definitely better as a bot laner currently in this day. Rek'Sai gonna get picked up, which will confirm that Maokai going towards the bot side. And is a very skirmish heavy champion alongside that Mbessa and Maokai. So we will have to see. I mean, Snarfles has been trying to gank a whole lot early on in this series, has been trying to influence the lanes as early as possible. He has not gone for any crazy, skip camp ganks. But, played that Volibear in game 2, looked really good on it, and will be Vayne locked in for the Winnipeg Wombats.
I love the Vayne pickup here. Vayne is trash right now, but is so good in this situation. I've been playing a lot of Vayne in solo queue just because I love Vayne and I love playing that champion, even though she's not in her greatest spot right now. But in situations like this, she shines. There is very little range on the side of the Ember Wolves. Irelia is going to be right in your face. Alistar is going to be right in your face. Has no means of throwing out a hook to catch up to you. Tumble has so much value. You'll get the move speed from Final Hour. You can tumble away from big skill shots like the stun stun from Irelia, the knockup from Kane, if it is going to be that red Kane, you can do so much here. And they build a lot of HP, so you eat right through that with the true damage of your silver bolts. This is a really cool pickup here for the side of Kiwi Kevin. I like the Draven as well. I'm really starting to take a liking to this player. It's going to be interesting to see if that success from game 2 can be replicated down here, because if it can, this Vayne here, Septi, can absolutely take over this game.
I feel like this is a Dylan pick me Vayne moment that Caps had. It's a bit of a it's a heat check coming from Kiwi Kevin here, and I'm all for it, to be completely honest, because that Draven absolutely popped off. But they need to remember, they are not an 11 kill plus Draven going into this game. They are a 0 kill, 0 gold Vayne. Yeah. Going against the likes of an Alistar and a Sivir, who is not the most lane dominant of lanes, but they are able to take good quick trades. The Sivir will be able to poke between the wave with the bouncing boomerangs, as well as the regular boomerang blade. But I mean, yeah, taking a look at these lanes real quick, Burger King locked in Rise, which is a champion that has been getting a lot more viability in recent patches, has been coming back to the forefront. I don't have his change log in front of me, but I do remember that there were a couple tweaks to Rise a few patches ago, and so as a result has been coming back. Is not super OP, as Riot does like to keep this very high skill cap champion in the dirt a bit, but should have the wave clear eventually to match kept, or at least be able to deny some of that tower damage. But I mean, we're talking about keeping on the front foot and making sure you have the ability to play the engage. I think Ember Wolves has pivoted back to a style where they can control what they want to do. I think Winnipeg Wombats has kept their skirmishing style, but this is a very comfort first type of draft, where I feel like we never see Rek'Sai and Maokai together. Just a very uncommon pairing. But I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, I feel like if nothing else, game 2 has made us give Winnipeg Wombats the benefit of the doubt with some weirder picks, but we'll have to see.
Absolutely. It was really skeptical. I was skeptical about the Draven in game 2, but they pulled it off. Here with the Rek'Sai, I mean, this is full fearless, right? You can't play the same champions you played in previous games. So when we get down to the wire here and we're into this game, we're guaranteed a game number 4. We are probably going to see more wacky picks like this. I do want to make one point about the Ember Wolves composition, is that it's all over the place. And that is a style that Ember Wolves do like to play. Watching a lot of the champions they picked up during the regular season, during the qualifiers to the playoffs, it was all over the place. Nier was on those carry champions like the Irelia. Nostalgia loves the carry champions. Burger King and Gecko like to be able to play champions with agency that can pop off in games, and it's only Marcotte here on this Alistar to be that grounding factor to set up for the team and keep them at a little bit more of a controlled pace. But this is what they've been successful on in the regular season. This is going to be a game for them to show us that they are not shaken by that game 2 devastation that happened, and that they can bounce back here in game number 3. And the Wombats, they're going to want to try and build off that momentum that they had to bring themselves a series lead. We are going to cut to a very short intermission, and when we come back, we'll be on the Rift for game number 3. So hang on tight, don't go anywhere. The Aegis Marauder League will return right after this. We are on the Rift for Game 3 between the Ember Wolves and the Winnipeg Wombats here in the Aegis Marauder League. Back-to-back stomps in Games 1 and 2. Ember Wolves striking first, and then the Wombats came back even harder in Game 2 to bring us an absolute slaughter. This time around, we've got some pretty interesting teams, some pretty interesting picks for competitive as well in this one. And myself and Septi are here to cover it all for you. And we're hoping for another good match to bring it out, as Nostalgia, waiting inside of this brush, is kind of sandwiched between two players right now, waiting for Kep to jump into that bush.
Yeah, and the chat is hidden currently, but Nostalgia typed that he's invading Snarvels' blue side. And that was typed about 30 seconds ago. So Snarvel is going to get a rude awakening on Nostalgia.
He's taking a whole lot of damage, though. This Kane is actually ripping through his HP. Maybe one more Q is enough to finish it off, but it does force the flash. But maybe Nostalgia went too far forward himself. Good stun from Nier, actually starting with the E ability. Gonna lock him up here. Action right here at the level 1 mark, a minute and a half in.
Yeah, Snarvels is actually going to struggle really hard to finish this first camp. Might not even be able to. Might die to the Raptors.
Oh my goodness. That is not what you want.
That is an absolute disaster for the Winnipeg Wombats jungler. That is not what you want to see as Nostalgia quite intelligently actually, or rather had some foresight into the happenings of level 1, started with a health potion, so had an additional 150 HP to make that back on the Raptors.
Heavy trading topside. Tomato
Nair
Tom
actually
might actually drop in this one. Nair is known for their Irelia has flash to follow this up. I'm surprised he didn't immediately follow flash with this hero, but he has the intention of pursuing this play. The stun will finish the job. Excellent job of landing that one. First blood to the Irelia for Ember Wolves.
First blood is critical in this lane. I want to check on the wave real quick before. All right, and the wave once again, like an, oh my god, Tomato Tom doesn't have teleport. It's a disaster. It is a disaster for the top side of Winnipeg Wombats, dying to the Raptors on your first clear and not having TP to fix a wave that is slow pushing away. I don't know if you could see that on the map, but the wave is stacking. It is a triple stacked wave at least, going into Nair here, who also, by the way, was able to save TP. And all of that stems from that first engagement, that first level 1 fight that was not properly guarded by the Winnipeg Wombats. I'm not sure if Nostalgia queued in to the mid lane bush or just walked, but played the engage very sneaky beaky like for my CSGO fans. But it is a really nice advantage for this red side here after what was, I would say, a disaster of a game 2, to be able to come back in, get back to some semblance of normalcy. And Nostalgia gonna try and look for some more orbs as Burger King brought down to an unlaneable HP and mana pool.
It feels like that game 1, you have a game 1 where people say, oh, we just shook the rust off a little bit. It feels like the Wombats, they shook that rust off. It landed onto the Ember Wolves. They shook that rust off and it landed back onto the Wombats. It's this inevitable rust here. The first kill, though, to the Irelia, super big. All the points about the wave that you were mentioning as well are going to make it so that this Irelia, come those next resets after accumulating all of that CS, is going to be a little bit stronger. And you and I talked about how good it is for the Irelia to take over in this lane phase. That's what this champion is designed to do. A lot of champions struggle up against Gambessa, but Irelia doesn't seem to be having those struggles in the jungle as well. Massive CS lead for Nostalgia. This is a carry player. This is someone who likes to be on these types of champions. Burger King as well is just running, kept in this lane, forces the flash. The Ember Wolves all across the map are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and it was a small thing, but I want to credit Burger King for taking a half second to wait for Kep to commit to walking behind the tower. It meant that the Ziggs had nowhere to go, could not sidestep the Q from the Rise and had to flash. Might be impactful later as the stun lands from Nair, gets an immediate 4 stacks of their passive with the help of the wave and some resets. But yeah, I mean, Nair gonna be just pushing this wave back in for now, has a longsword advantage as well as a biscuit and some XP. Not the least important thing. The XP up a level is only worth, a few hundred gold at this point in the game, so not impactful at all, I think. But I mean, taking a look at the jungle, it's going to be a 2-camp lead for Nostalgia. Was able to get that respawn of their topside camps before coming back out onto the map with a completed Warhammer. And I'm curious to see if they're able to take this timer or if they're just going to run up to the grubs, which they will. Nair probably will match and TP up towards top to make sure that they guarantee that push, especially with Burger King taking their base to try and get a blasting wand and do that little bit extra damage to kept in the lane. And bot lane, I feel like for the first time in this entire series, has been the most quiet lane of the entire game, which I know is...
Oh my goodness. Nair. So close on that exchange. It's a Vayne Sivir bot lane here, Septi. That's kind of how it goes. Sivir is going to permanently clear the wave. Vayne in this one is just trying to get as many last hits as possible. Your kill pressure is relatively low unless big mistakes are made by Gecko and Marcotte in their positioning. So as long as you're on par with the last hits, which right now Kemen is, then you're going to be doing really well for yourself. They're also able to get the push out, jump on this Drake. Burger King's going to find a pretty good trade here though, because Kef doesn't have flash. And right now, they're looking for the play in between the tower onto Tomato Tom. Where were you when the Ambessa was put in the dirt this time around? Getting payback for these really OP new champions by Riot. And this is a disaster now for the Wombats up here.
Yeah, and to add the cherry on top, Nostalgia is going to be able to eat a freshly spawned Gromp camp as well. And Burger King is also on this top side. I feel like Snarfles has to tell this Ambessa that there is more pain yet to come their way.
Oh, they're making a play bot side though. Headbutt pulverize and the stun onto Kemen. He's getting low. Ignite is going down. This Vayne should fall. Barrier's gonna keep him alive for a good amount of time. And Bramble Smash in the end. Flash forward from the Alistair. They can't grab the kill, but Tomato Tom. Oh my goodness, man. Perfectly timed flash to get yourself out, but is down low again. Can't get back to this top lane here. It is an absolute bully fest. Bot side for the Ember Wolves, top side for the Wombats.
Both sides, both sides of the map were absolutely bamboozled by that play. I feel like it is criminal that Gecko and Marcotte even go for a play when both Burger King and Nostalgia are sitting on the Gromp camp of Snarfles on that top side. You know that your entire support system, anyone who could help you in a play on that bot side is currently the furthest away from you possible. That also, by process of elimination, by the way, means that Snarfles most likely is in your jungle. So even though the Rek'Sai joined that fight a little bit late and Gecko died before the Rek'Sai even got there, it would have been bad regardless, as we get a bit of a disconnect from Nair. But it even bamboozled Tomato Tom to walk back into that top side, thinking that there's surely no way that the bot lane of Ember Wolves will be fighting with their top laner still sitting on their top side of the map. And then obviously it's just a bit of a whoopsie from Nostalgia with that Q and then the flash and follow flash. But Gecko Marcotte, I feel like it's such a flip to go for a play like that, especially when the top side of your map is already doing so well. And you talked about it in draft, right? This Vayne is an incredibly powerful win con. Is a champion that, you know, is going to be able to juke around the Aurelia, the Kayn, not really the Rise, but will be able to, you know, dance in the shadows. Will be able to use that final hour to cause problems and cause headaches for the auto attack based champion that is Nair, for the skill shot based champion that is Nostalgia. And just even giving the chance of giving gold to that kind of carry, I feel like is such a massive mistake.
And Gecko and Marcotte, they do die in the 2v2. It's rough. Your team is on the other side of the map. Definitely wasn't the right play to go for, but not the end of the world if they can stop the bleeding now, which they definitely can. Sivir is one of the best champions, especially post that one item mark, at neutralizing lanes, perma clearing waves with your boomerang blade, and playing for this top side Irelia, who is monstrously ahead of this Ambessa. We've already been breaking it down so much, but 2 kills and 30 CS. I expect a split map for the side of the Ember Wolves to be what they want to go for here. Is we're going to see another playmate as here comes the Nature's Grasp. Excellent spell shield is actually not going to block it up for the Alistair. We are going to run into that small freeze after the pause, but we're going to see the continuation of this play immediately as we come out of it. The final hour has been popped here by Kemen, ready to make this play happen on the hunt, utilized as well from Gecko. So they're going to have the movement speed, but I assume right out of this play, Kevin's going to go for a condemned. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. This is just going to be Marcotte dropping down, but the kill goes to Titan instead. So at the very least, gold, not on the right people for the Wombats, but they get one down to the bot lane.
What is with Titan and stealing Kiwi Kemen's kills this entire series? It was Leona game 1, and now the Maokai is back doing it again in game number 3. And
well, he was kind of 1 HP outside the tower, so that time can't really blame him.
It's autoed him. I mean, maybe, I guess. Kiwi Kemen might have been a little bit close, but I don't know. Doesn't matter. Gets the kill, gets the XP, gets the additional pressure in the lane. And you were saying it before, Sivir is the type of champion that can take all interaction out of the lane, and I really hope that that is the future that we see. At least if you are a fan of, you know, of Ember Wolves and of Gecko actually being able to farm and have a presence in this game, as the Boomerang Blades are almost one-shot in the wave, as Marauder is able to use the stack to make that happen. And Kenny, if we could quickly take a look at the individual gold, I would love to take a talk before this dragon and grub spawn, because take a look at that top side gold. That is a 2,000 gold lane advantage at 10 minutes into the game.
Crazy. That is absolutely insane. And
It has a full Bork, for reference, after the space.
that's full build. For those of you that don't know, Irelia is the only champion in League of Legends who is full build at one item. And so full build at 10 minutes for this Irelia. Of course, I'm kidding. That's the meme around the whole community, is Irelia on this Bork power spike is just so
Kog'Maw
powerful
too.
that it feels like she's full build. Kog'Maw is another one of those champions. Let's see if they can make a response, though. Oh my goodness, they've laid the trap. This is so genius from the Wombats. Nair had no clue what was happening. Right before the grubs, they move everyone up, and they knock down this Titan in the top side.
I mean, that's a play where it's a little bit crazy. I feel like it's really well played, and now Tomato Tom is going to TP down to the spot side. It's really well set up from Wombats, but it's another play that maybe you could have communicated or had some sort of semblance of it happening.
They're going to contest these grubs, though. There's the headbutt pulverize. They're starting to play onto Titan. That was a really weird interaction. Out of the wall ride goes Nostalgia, rooted up by the Nature's Grasp. They're trying to jump onto the Rex side, but going into the Void Rush to escape a lot of that damage. And Kiwi coming will grab the first kill to play.
Nostalgia.
Into that Umbral Trespass, and jumping out immediately into death is Nostalgia. The Winnipeg Wombats, they prevent their opponents from stopping these grubs. They pick up a few more kills, and they are now taking control of this game.
Yeah, and that's really disastrous as well. I mean, Nostalgia tried to get around the Nature's Grasp, but ended up getting kicked to the other side of the wall, was not able to do any damage for the first 6 seconds of that fight. And in a fight that's, you know, this close, when the Vayne already has a Bork, when you're trying to... Oh, Nair might get dove here. Oh, never mind. Not going to go for it. But in a fight where every bit of damage is critical, that you don't have your Fed Irelia with you, that is, I want to say it was a 4v3 as well. You cannot afford to be CC'd away from the fight and leave your bot lane to fight in a 2v4. And even then, you know, slow to get over the wall. Not sure if they had flash available to them, but joined late after that, and it was curtains. And now the gold lead, despite it going so well and so in favor of the Ember Wolves earlier on in this game, has swung in favor, or actually no, it's not. It is dead even after the taking of that top lane tower, so ignore me. But the Irelia is really the only person with any kind of gold or gold lead on this team, and really need to start making do with that, as Nair are going to try and impose their will onto Tomato Tom, who is not very strong still. The gold lead is 2,500 in favor of Nair, but second dragon of the game is going to get started now by Snarfles, and with Kiwi, Kamen, and Titan being on the spot side, it is most definitely going to be secured as kept. Gotta be able to snipe away the wolf. Very well played.
They're going to make a play onto Tomato Tom. Underneath this tower, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb that's going to come through. The public execution as well is so good from the Ambessa. It is misplayed by the Ember Wolves. They are trying to desperately make something happen up here, and in the end, all they are doing is creating themselves more problems. Shutdown again is this Irelia around the tower and the dragon for the Wombats. They now have two of them working towards that soul, and the bot side is under their control. The top lane is stabilizing. The gold is actually very close still. It is completely even, essentially. Just one kill's worth of gold separates these two. But the bot lane looks good. The top lane now getting a little bit better. The Wombats starting to build some momentum and show that there's synergy around the map.
I mean, there definitely is. And I think that the fact that Tomato Tom is able to get some gold back, is able to get some XP back on that solo kill, is incredibly important. We have to take a look at the Ember Wolves and just remind ourselves that the Irelia was fed. Yes, it is a matchup that, you know, I feel like scales pretty evenly throughout the game. The Irelia will be very strong for the entirety, but they have a Rise, they have a Sivir, two champions that scale very well with both time and gold and XP if you're the Rise. but it's not the end of the world. Tomato Tom, I think, is still being kept down for the time being, as Nair, you know, continues to apply pressure. And I feel like it's a little bit criminal that they go for a tower dive and they don't let the person that can drop aggro with the press of a button tank it first. You know, just my thought, but you know, I could be wrong.
That's 100% a big mistake. You always want that. Let's see how this dive works out. His teleport is now going to be utilized here by the Irelia, going to get involved in this play, trying to build up that passive. Snarfles is going to be forced to use the flash. So play denied here. Rift Herald summoned up in the mid lane, or at least secured rather, for the side of the Ember Wolves. In
Burger
response, Realm Warp being used as well. Not going to take it from Burger King's side. So, play attempted, play denied, still even in that gold. A lot of shutdowns available. Kemps could be in trouble now, has to flash away from the headbutt pulverized, but a double knock up there from Nostalgia is massive. They get the stun onto Starfles, goes into the Void Rush, but falls to the Ignite. The kill goes to the Alistair. It's actually 1 versus 1 here for the Vayne. It's Nair. It is going to be Kemen. Can he DPS him down? He cannot. The Vayne wins the 1 versus 1. This is why I love this pick. That is the plays you like to see from your AD carry. If you are the Wombats, the siege will continue.
DP from Tomato
Kills
Tom
all across the map. Tomato Tom joining the party as well. Has public execution available. Who is he going to look for, if any? Stepping up very aggressive is Burger King, but that should be the conclusion of this play.
It should be. This Kane is still behind, so it's gonna get spotted on the ward. But Kiwi Kemen, you were so excited, and I think you're gonna be even more excited. 4-0-3 on this Vayne, as I don't know if Nostalgia really wants this smoke. Does have the Umbral Trespass, should they decide to try and make a play on to the Vayne. But this Kane build is going to do a decent amount of damage. Going for that Eclipse first is always powerful on the Kane, but Vayne now going to be working towards that Rage Blade and inching ever closer. Just working towards that combined cost now is going to, I feel like, going to be the life or death of being able to solo lane versus her. And Nair, once again, gonna get caught in a lane where Kiwi Kevin is gonna be running it down. And Nair, what are you looking at?
They're gonna try and chase him down here. They have the push, flash forward, Bramble Smash. Nair gonna jump in onto the Vayne, but that will just be another kill to go to Kevin. It's just completely flying too close to the sun too many times. Just doesn't know. Just doesn't know people are around.
But like, you're walking down the lane and you get auto attacked twice by Vayne before you realize she's on your screen. I feel like that's criminal in a split push scenario, especially one where you don't have enough vision of where people are. You're pushing onto the side of the map that there is no vision. Gecko now.
The 1v1 between the towers is what this is crazy aggressive. Just gonna win it, flash away, but maybe just made the wrong play in this one. And now the Kane finds that kill. The spell shield is good from Gecko to stop the Void Rush. Let's see if they can pick up the Maokai as well. That's a big shutdown that goes to the Kane. Kane can be so good in these games to make the comeback for the squad. The kill needs to go to Nostalgia in this situation. They'll get it. A shutdown onto the Maokai as well. Huge gold injection here. Gold still even across the board. We have ourselves finally in this series a really close game.
It is very close. The tower gold, at least currently, is, or at least the standing gold currently is still in favor of the side of Ember Wolves, but it is a crazy game. And Tomato Tom trying to find some way to impact Burger King, but this Rise with the blue buff is not nearly going to feel any pressure in this lane matchup. Has to be careful about the public execution under the tower and not suffer the same fate as their top laner. But Nair, despite the early game impact, just sort of, I feel like I don't want to call it coasted. That's Nostalgia. You are walking in with no vision here whatsoever.
This is so aggressive. Umbral Trespass, though, is going to buy some time. Can Nostalgia wait for the rest of the team to show up? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but into the wall ride, though, Nair's going to be able to finish off Tomato Tom. Now Titan is in a bad spot in the backside. Geico is hitting onto him. The rest of the squad will converge onto his position now, too. That's 1 kill. Make it 2 with the Titan falling now. And all of a sudden, Ember Wolves are in the lead, making plays happen, picking up Drakes, and are feeling themselves in this game number 3.
On the other side, though, Kiwi coming, gonna get some solo tower gold, so still working towards the ability to 1v9 this game. And at this point, the Vayne, I feel like, is in solo queue mode. It's How can I put the most gold in my own pocket? How can I carry my teammates that I'm not going to call them are inting, but are, you know, fighting without me there? And I mean, look at Kiwi Kemen. Close to, I mean, not close to 10 CS per minute, but is farming fairly well. Going to have 2 items, 5 kills, took 2 towers worth of gold for themselves, and is looking very powerful. I really don't know who is going to be able to lock Kiwi Kemen down. I feel like it has to be a flash knockup from Marauder into some flank from Nostalgia to really guarantee it. But even then, you know, you're fighting through the likes of an Ambessa, of Ziggs E, of Maokai ulti most likely. And it's going to be very hard. Soul, by the way, this game is going to be the Ocean Dragon, so kind of neutrally efficient for both teams as they are pretty hard bursty. So won't really benefit too much from that HP in the fights. Obviously, it will be massive. But Burger King
has to be a bit careful. Is going to get knocked up. Now it is going to be Kemen who's in range to help their team shut down onto the rise. The teleports come through as well, but it's immediately into all the CC. Nair is going to be in trouble. Can't even move. They're onto the Vayne though. They get a knockup. Can they finish him off? Ignite is ticking into the Umbral Trespass. That will finish him off, and Geico is the one that's able to get the kill. Public Execution goes wide. Now it becomes a 2-4-2. Kept was not active in this fight. Titan will be hit onto by Gecko and will back off. Somehow a 2v2 despite a really unfortunate start to the play for Ember Wolves, but they shut down the Vayne once again, and this Kayn stays alive, able to provide for the team.
Well, if I am not a fortune teller onto how exactly this Vayne is going to die. Got knocked up by the Alistar, got knocked up by the Kayn, got ulted by the Kayn, and was dead. All, by the way, with the help of Gecko's bouncing blades going between the entirety of that of the Winnipeg Wombat team. There is just so much splash damage gonna be flying the way of this Vayne that, you know, it's gonna be hard to stay alive regardless of what you build. I imagine this next item will either be a Jock Show or a Wit's End from Kiwi Kemen, as some defensive items most likely will be the goal. I really don't know what the Vayne build is anymore. I know people would be annoying and go Bork Rageblade into Titanic Hydra as like the unkillable Vayne build. But nowadays seems to just be more attack speed to pair alongside that lethal tempo. And just taking a look at the items, it's going to be 2 items completed for the entirety of this Ember Wolf side, bar Marcote, who is working towards what probably is going to be either it probably is going to just be a Knight's Vow or, you know, a Zeke's Herald maybe. 2 items completed on everyone but Ambessa and Maokai. And I don't know how I feel about Cleaver for Rek'Sai. Oh,
well, they found Rise again. Burger King is caught out in the river, has flash, might use it over the wall to try and buy some time, and the Condemn actually pushes him away. But here comes Snarfles with the tunnels, is going to knock him up, is going to find the kill. And no mid laner now for Ember Wolves on the map for the next couple of minutes. That's going to stop likely any playmaking potential from the Ember Wolves side to come through until that Rise is back up and alive on the map. The Vayne builds, you know, I don't like the Bork on this patch. Bork feels super weak. I prefer Kraken Slayer on Vayne. And then it's usually into Terminus, into Jack Show the Protean, just to be that pseudo tank on the AD carry. As look at Snarfles, man, taking those tunnels, just going up and down through the different stations like it's a subway to try and close the gap onto Nier and force out that flash. But now Gecko's in trouble. Final hour for Kemen. You do not win that DPS battle. Fully stacked lethal tempo. This Vayne is building up some steam, and now the Ember Wolves are put onto the back foot once again. They might lose their jungler. He wall rides to safety. This next Drake is up and alive, and it's priority for the Wombats.
Yeah, most definitely would go the way of this blue side here. And I feel like Ember Wolves, they have to tighten up their gameplay. They have to tighten up the way that they're walking around this map. And I might be wrong. They might be trying to go for this anyway. No bouncing blades, though, coming the way of Gecko, as Kept is going to be on the side. He's going to be trying to throw these in.
Can he find the steal? He cannot. They get the knockup onto the Vayne. The public execution goes wide, but this Vayne is untouched thus far. The knockup is there. The shutdown onto the Kayn is there as well from Starfles. 1 kill goes over to Nair. Marcotte flashing away to safety. This Kennen now inside of the pit. They do end up getting the Vayne, though, because Burger King is doing so much damage. I was not expecting this Rise to come out and deal all the damage that he is dealing. Now finds the root. Is able to pick up the kill onto the Maokai and knock him down. Teleport roll going on through. This will be Tomato Tom returning to the fight. Can they chase down this Rise? The Alistair is here for some peel. Their health bars are low, but they walk on out. The Wombats have critically, though, secured that soul point.
We have to talk about how time and time again, this Ember Wolf side with fight disadvantages are able to just win out. Yes, this might was a little bit early from Nostalgia, not able to guarantee it, but I think in the entirety of game one, most of the fights were really game changing and you know, macro shattering were the ones where Wombats thought that they had the advantage purely because there were numbers and were just out team fought by better mechanics, better grouping, better target focus that the Ember Wolves, you know, provided. But I mean, hey, you got the dragon, you're moving on to soul point as the Wombats, and I feel like that is incredibly helpful to apply that pressure for the rest of the game. Every 5 minutes from now on, Tomato Tom, though, gonna get jumped on by Nostalgia. No flash on this Ambessa.
They're teleporting to try and save their top lane, though. Nostalgia has to be careful. Marcotte is ready to join the play. He doesn't care, though. He's going forward. Nair is as well. This is a 4 versus 3 Umbral Trespass, and the healing is good for the Kane. Snarfle's now going to join the play. It is Kiwi Kemen that has slain Geico, and he's going crazy in the backside. They have not been able to layer any type of CC onto this Vayne. Kemen is going crazy again. This is the Vayne that we wanted to see. Untracked in the team fight means it is open season, 11 kills, and Baron on deck as well.
Yeah, I mean, this one should be going the way of this blue side here, the Winnipeg Wombats, in an even fight. Looking so good, and it feels like just trying to catch out the Ambessa is not going to be the strategy for this Ember Wolves side. They thought about stalling for Tomato Tom and then realized that it was far too low. Doesn't matter, the Ambessa will miss out on a few combat stats. I feel like maybe it would be nice to stall it out. I think it was 4 seconds by the time they took it, so could have potentially been good enough. But Kiwi Kemen, you said it, went for this Jack Show third item, is going to be so strong moving forward into this game. And the target selection in that fight, not nearly as clean, not nearly as well rehearsed as it was in that dragon fight. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with the fact that Ember Wolves probably was chasing. They were the initiators of the fight. They weren't the ones, you know, set up, or sorry, they weren't engaging on the setup target. They were setting themselves up by continuously chasing the Ambessa, who, by the way, Tomato Tom played that really well, was able to backstep as here comes the Nature's Grasp.
Here's another attempt. Nostalgia gets away from the Nature's Grasp, so does Burger King, but he's getting pinched on by the Vayne, condemn into the wall. That is all that they need. Tomato Tom will collect that kill, and the Wombats are starting to run away with it. They now have the gold lead with this Baron. Can they get some of those tier 2s that are still lingering around the map for the Ember Wolves? There's a lot of standing gold still available for them. It's going to start with this bot lane tier 2 tower. Nostalgia, dude, you just can't give away, you got to give away the blue buff in this situation because there's just too many people from the Wombats for you to fight right now. Maybe when Gecko joins the play, you have a chance, but this Vayne is so fed, and she's completely untouched now into the final hour, forcing everyone away. They're actually buying a lot of time in the end. So maybe a big brain play. But I mean, still, trying to fight for that, they can't go for that.
Yeah, no, they cannot. It'll be up by the time the dragon spawns, so not the worst of outcomes there. Flash is blown on Nostalgia, but that's really the only thing of value that was lost besides the life, obviously, of TS and Burger King. And in that madness, tower on the bot side went down for the Winnipeg Wombats, extending their gold lead now to 3,000, which is not much in the grand scheme of things, but the gold is so concentrated on the Wombat side on this Vayne that, you know, as I said before, if Marcotte, if Burger King, if Nostalgia or Nair can find a targeted engage onto the AD carry of the Winnipeg Wombats, it could spell disaster. So Kiwi Kemen, we are going to be watching. We are going to be making sure that you are spacing correctly, that you are positioning behind your Maokai, behind your Rek'Sai, and with your Ziggs, to be honest, because the Ziggs with the satchel charge, with the mines, should be able to keep you safe for the majority. But Soul Point spawning in is now live on the map, or not Soul Point, rather Soul is available now for this Wombat side. How do they play it?
Let's see how they do it. It's priority for the Wombats. Look what they're doing. I love this. Just have Vayne solo this. Everyone else is going to zone. The Ember Wolves don't even know what's happening. They don't even know it's going down. This is going to be a free soul genius play from the side of the Wombats. Now the Ember Wolves give it away. so good for them. Ocean Soul, you're talking about keeping the Vayne safe. Positioning is a great thing, but also the fact that you have all this extra healing rolling on through from your ability damage is excellent as well. And from what I can see, there is no healing reduction at all on the side of the Ember Wolves either. So they are going to take down the tier 2 is the Wombats. They are feeling good for this next fight. This right now is their game to lose.
No, it absolutely is. I feel like with it's only 3,000 gold still, but you have the Ocean Soul, which is worth far more in gold than is actually shown. You are able now to take fully control of the map. You have better push, I'd argue, with Ziggs, and Mbessa no longer, I feel like, needs to be super afraid on the side lanes. Take a look, by the way, at this bot side vision for the side of the Wombats. They have such heavy control. They have a really sneaky pink ward in the Fnatic bush on that side that is going to get spotted now by Nair. But, I mean, even that, spotting Irelia walking out to the bot side there, stalls any player, stops any potential double solo lane play that the Ember Wolves were potentially going to try and go for. It at least shows now that Nair is going to go out into the spot lane, as Titan has been doing a very good job, though, except maybe I cast or curse them here. Flash away from the Maokai.
They get the knock up. There's not anyone in the area at the current moment to help him out, but here comes the teleports. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Here is Captain Starfalls. He's onto the backline. Void Rush is going to be spell shielded away. Can Gecko stay alive? It looks like for the moment he can, but the front line falls, and so will he. Nostalgia is next. Kemen is dealing so much damage. Nature's Grasp now forces the flash off of Burger King. It's going to be 3-4-0. The Wombats now are going to march down the end, and let's see what they can get.
Yeah, this might very well be the end of the game here, depending on how aggressive the Wombats want to be here. They have the engage, they have the flash from Mbessa, not from Maokai, but they have the pushing power of this Ziggs, who's going to be able to knock down these towers so easily. First tower going down, the inhib will fall shortly after. The bombs keep coming out from the Ziggs. Rek'Sai trying to look while burrow to find any advantage. The first Nexus tower is going to go down as Marauder finally spawns. The Satchel not going to take it down. Actually misplayed.
Let's see if they can do it. Burger King is low. Captain Starfalls finds the knock up with the headbutt, will buy him some space. They're onto the second Nexus tower. They're going to get the Satchel to execute it. The Nexus is now exposed, but the Maokai falls, and now the full retreat is here. The Flash Vanguard's Edge from Nair is going to start up the play. There's the public execution there from Tomato Tom. He's onto Geico. Look at the damage that the Zebessa is doing. What is this champion? Riot Games! He is so strong with the Ocean Soul, but Gecko's able to find that kill. Is Kemen still alive? That is the question. Yes, he is. This Vayne causing havoc all over the map, all over the game. Nostalgia's already gone. He's given up. He knows it's over. 15-3. The MVP for sure for the Wombats this time around. Kemen leads the charge, and they finish game 2 and take game 3 and take a 2-1 series lead.
Now moving on to match point, the Wombats, after a whirlwind, after a haymaker of a game 1, are coming back and showing that they deserve to be here. It doesn't matter that they were not the top seed in their group. They were able to take down Travelers in the quarterfinals, and they are putting the Ember Wolves on the ropes. They are really taking it to them as we are able to get out of game now. And I mean, you said it. Gecko was trying to play the Sivert, did not have the ability to stall out the game as maybe one would have hoped. But Kiwi Kemen on this Vayne, despite the dips in gold, despite the potential angles that, you know, Nair was able to find on this Irelia early on, through, you know, poor team fighting, poor map play, poor respect of vision, it was thrown away. And
I feel so proud. I feel so proud for this Vayne.
You called your number, right?
I knew it was so good. This is such a great game for the Vayne, and we saw it right there. Of course, very fed, and honestly took the right risks in this game. I think the biggest thing was after the 3 kills went to the Vayne, then it was Kemen who won the 1v1 against Nair on the Irelia in the bottom river, which really started to snowball. And I love the adaptation as well from Kemen in this game, where instead of playing the front to back, where all of the backline threat is trying to find you, you just use the final hour, disappear into the mist or the invisibility, and then you pop up in the backside, and then you take the 1v1 against Gecko. You take the 1v1 against Burger King, and they don't know what to do. That was so good from Kemen. An absolute masterclass on the Vayne. But I think we also have to shout out the Ziggs in this one as well, because it was Kept who was deathless for the most part in the game for at least the majority of it, constantly dealing damage on the Ziggs, almost as much as the Fed Vayne.
I believe it was deathless this game. So Kept, I mean, absolutely playing super well in this game, being that rock solid mid laner that, you know, should the game start slipping away, should you start, you know, falling prey to the Sivir, you know, the Sivir scaling or the Rise scaling, would be, you know, your insurance, your ability to actually clear the waves as you get further on into the game. But that was not needed, and instead, you know, Kept just got to do the Ziggs thing, got to hit towers with their passive, got to use the satchel to take them down, and got to do some fun demolition work to knock down the egos again, a little bit more of the Ember Wolves, who have had a bit of a whirlwind since game number 1. And I got to make this point as we head into game number 4. I'm not sure what side selections will be. Actually, I do know. Nostalgia just said in chat, it will be blue side for the side of Ember Wolves. And the point I was going to make is blue side has won every single game of this series so far. And the way it's currently set up is if Ember Wolves win this, which would be the most content thing ever, to go from, you know, a crazy stomp to 2 crazy stomps to then potentially Ember Wolves stomping again. Potentially, right? It could obviously just go, it could be done in 4, but it doesn't matter. It will mean that for the game with no bans, for game 5 of Fearless, it will mean that the Winnipeg Wombats will have side selection, which means that they will have first pick to whatever champion they want if they want to go blue side with no bans on the table. And also that would mean that we keep blue side win rate at 100% for the entire series if we're going to game 5. But anyway, we will have to see what we shall see. But we're going to take a short break while we get set up for game number 4. The Ember Wolves are on the line. The Winnipeg Wombats are trying to put the final nail in the coffin. Stick around for what could potentially be the concluding matchup of our semifinals here at the Aegis Marauders League.
We are back with the Aegis Marauder League after a pivotal Game 3 matchup between the Winnipeg Wombats and the Ember Wolves. And the Wombats, after taking a Game 1 loss, have bounced back in the last two to get themselves a 2-1 series lead and put their opponents' backs against the wall. The question now is, in this game number 4, can they close it out here, or will the Ember Wolves bring us to Silver Scrapes?
I mean, we'll have to see. It's a hard road to claw back from, having such a dominant game 1 to then taking 2 pretty brutal losses following those games. But the ban restrictions are coming back a little bit this game, so not too what's the word I'm looking for? Not too restrictive anymore. No banning of second phase champions, so we're just gonna have our 3 bans at the start of the game, and then we will move on to the second phase. So it'll just be a proper snake draft with no pausing or stopping in between. And it definitely makes red side a lot stronger. They are not able to ban counters away, I feel like, because it just means you're gonna have a true R5 without any conditions added on top of it. And I mean, the pools are thinning for a lot of these AD carries. We are truly out of hard engaged supports unless you're willing to play something like a Rakan or something like a Pike to play hook, or I guess we have Blitzcrank still as well as a potential engaged champion, but no enchanters the entire night besides Ivern. I feel like is a crazy bit of trivia so far for this series. There's just been bloody support after bloody support, and I'm for it as we are getting into bans for game number 4.
I would like to see more solo queue-esque styles. The way that these last 2 games have felt that style of gameplay, really. Rek'Sai, Vayne, Kayn, Irelia, even champions like Ryze. I mean, Ryze is actually a competitive demon, but you don't see him very often anymore. Just champions that these players love to play and have pulled out so much and feel very comfortable on. Comfortability rises in priority when that synergy dips because of all these champions on your screen below our cameras that are being taken away. Let's see what is going to be denied. For the side of the Ember Wolves, they're back on that blue side again. 100% blue side win rate. They decided to swap over. That is going to be, let's see what they end up grabbing there for blue one. But they're taking away a lot of junglers, the Zinzao, the Vi, trying to deny what Captain Starfos can pull out. And again, it's going to be that Yone taken away from the side of Burger King.
Will we get the Ashe?
Will be that Gwen. That's another thing we need to talk about, is that Ashe.
Will the Ashe get banned here by the Wombats? Are they concerned about it? I feel like Gecko has had a bit of a rough series since game number 1, has not really been able to find that same spark that they had on the Jinx, and it will be taken away. So no free reliance, as Poppy is going to get picked up by Ember Wolves potentially here. I don't know. It is a triple flex in theory, and it was hovered in game number 1, I want to say, maybe potentially. And yeah, it's gonna get locked in first pick here. I'm really interested as to, we pick Poppy, yet we ban away some of the best champions that Poppy can play into with the likes of the Xin Zhao, LeBlanc, and Vi. There must be someone on Ember Wolves. I haven't done my homework well enough. That is just an absolute Poppy menace. As Winnipeg Wombats, without a shred of doubt, are going to lock in that Sejuani.
I feel like if anyone's going to play this Poppy, it's probably going to be Marcotte in the support role. Again, triple flex,
Probably.
something that a lot of people can play. But again, more of the carry style is Nier and Nostalgia, and I want to see more of that from them, especially with their backs against the wall. We can see the Lilia hover, so we can determine if this is locked in that it's going to be Nier, or not Nier, but Nostalgia piloting that, and the Poppy will not be going into the jungle. Now, the Varus pickup on the other side for Kiwi Kevin, very strong in the lane phase. I wonder what the response is going to be for the Ember Wolves. Maybe that Xayah, it's not bad into the engage here, could struggle against the Varus. That recon that you talked about, though, might rise in priority here for the Wombats because they want to deny it away from the side of the Ember Wolves if they don't think that Poppy is going into the support role, but in the top lane instead.
Yeah, I mean, it might. Lilia was a champion that was banned away in, I believe, 2 of the last 3 games. And so finally now going to be able to be picked up by Nostalgia, who I believe in the last season of playoffs was someone who was really fond of playing those hard AP farmers, your Lilias, your brands. I said it in Champs, like, I didn't think we'd actually see it, but the Blitzcrank is a very good answer into the Xayah, forcing out the potential Featherstorm very early on to fights. It gets around the Poppy W without really having to worry about it. It pairs very well with the Glacial Prison as well as the Bladed Arrow, or Chains of Corruption. There we go. 3rd time's a charm. And Gnar are going to get locked in. A champion that I feel like is a very good matchup into Poppy. You're able to disengage. You're able to get that movement speed with the hyper without the need to worry about the Poppy W, but it does not matter. Ember Wolf is going to go for the old original counter into Gnar in that Camille. I know it was Irelia, but closing the gap into Gnar, same diff for Camille, and this matchup is going to be rough for the Wombats. And do they pick some late game insurance blind? Don't know.
Yeah, this
how
is
I feel about this.
This is something that Burger King has not played yet. If it is going to be the Smolder, it's something Kept has played, but Smolder here, blind as well, is very ambitious. What can Kept play into this?
Might be Hui.
There is no LeBlanc. Hui could be that answer, although Smolder may be able to farm from range pretty effectively into something like a Hui and stay away from that oppression. I'm looking for something aggressive here. Xerath, that is something that, with the range advantage, with the constant poke, right of the arcane, is going to be pretty oppressive on this Smolder. All the CC that there is to offer as well will make it easier for this Xerath to land abilities. And honestly, for no particular reason, just its usual dominance in competitive, I have a personal soft spot for Xerath. I love this champion in competitive. I think it's a fantastic pickup for the Wombats.
We saw Mags on stream last week absolutely dominate. They ended up losing with Xerath, unfortunately, but they had an absolute monster of a game on the champion. Tried to play for the more solo queue style, just was really focusing on getting as much golden XP as they could solo, while the rest of the map kind of crumbled around them. But we're doing a whole lot of damage regardless of that fact. And I mean, we're gonna have to rely on some kind of early pressure onto the Smolder, because looking at the Emberwolf side, they are very heavy scaling. Xayah probably is the least scaling of every single member bar the Poppy on Emberwolves, and so that's a scary thought to think of. But looking at the Wombats, I feel like you have push in bot, you have push in top, you have push in mid, and it's gonna be reliant on Snarfles once again to try and make use of the benefit that his team has of getting that push, of being able to unlock, your Blitzcrank. Maybe your Gnar can roam down, your Xerath can move for some right of the arcanes and try and snipe people from range. There's so much lockdown on this Wombat side that Emberwolves has to play incredibly safe. Even Poppy, with the W is gonna have to play safe. For the likes of the Glacial Prison, the Hook, the Chains of Corruption. There's not a true hook eater, I would say, for the Ember Wolves. And so if if that rocket fist
It'll
goes
be pretty
anywhere,
rough
it'll be bad. It'll be very, very bad.
if it does connect. And yeah, I like the point you mentioned about the 3 winning lanes. It would be nice if it was Captain Snarfles on something more aggressive, something that, like the Lilia, if let's say we swap these junglers, could really utilize that priority to go crazy and get aggressive. But honestly, now that in this immediate moment I think about it, Sejuani can be that champion to cause a lot of problems, actually invade off of priority and make a whole lot of things happen, whether it is moving down with Tomato Tom on the Gnar to try and invade this Lilia, stop her tempo, prevent her from getting to that power farming groove, and get to the level 6 where she gets the lilting lullaby to be able to make more plays. Could be something they need to look for, whether it's the bot side as well. There's so much playmaking potential. The Wombats, they have been pretty good at using their tempo, and this is a game just like in game 2 and 3. They're going to have to do the same thing, because you mentioned the scaling here. It's absolutely incredible from the Ember Wolves. So I'm going to pick your brain a little bit. What is the number one thing here for the Ember Wolves side to prevent that lead from coming through from the Wombats?
I think it has to just be protect early dragons. If you allow the Wombats to start stacking early dragons, it puts you on a clock. It makes you fight before your Smolder or Camille are both ready to actually do stuff in the game. It also prevents them from drawing you into a position where you can get hit it draws you into a position where, you have to fight for the dragon, so you have to work on these battle lines, but you don't really have anyone that can set up a battle line. Ember Wolves composition is sort of like this is how I imagine old TSM would have drafted, where it's win lane, win game sort of thing. They are a very solo queue, you said it before with regard to when it comes to crunch time, when it comes to so many champions getting taken away, the more comfort you have, the better. And Ember Wolves are the definition of this. They all have, I'd argue, each champion here has the potential to 1v9 this game. Camille, each in different ways. Nostalgia, if they're able to track, Snarfles and really deny as much CS as possible, if they're able to outpace the Sejuani in farming, it could absolutely win to a win if that Lilia is ahead. The Smolder, if you're just able to stay safe, if you're able to, match the push of Kept and get to your stacks, you could win the game. Gecko just could have some great hands with a Featherstorm, could play around the engage from the Wombats and potentially have a very, a very important, fight impact there. And then Nair, just being able to spread the map, being able to force Snarfles or force Titan to move away from their Wombo combo with, Captain Kiwi Kemen, would be the ideal. So there are X factors on this Ember Wolves composition. It is not a great team draft, I'd say. It is a very solo reliant composition. But on the other side, for the Wombats, it's the exact opposite. It's not quite the same as a press R composition where, if you press your R's and you miss, it's over. But they fight much better as 5. They fight much better as 4. And I would argue, almost fight better as 3 as well with some of these matchups. So look for the Ember Wolves to have some explosive solo plays, or I'd imagine it's just going to be a Winnipeg Wombat show with a bunch of ours.
I have to agree. It is the one thing that scares me the most about the Ember Wolves composition. It's the lack of CC. They have Lilting Lullaby. They do have Hextech Ultimatum to lock a certain target in one position. But as for Blade Caller setup for Xayah, not a whole lot. It's going to have to come from a heroic charge from Poppy, and that's about it. They don't have a lot of lockdown. They don't have a lot of gank setup. They don't have a whole lot of synergy, just like you are saying. If they are better, if they hands diff their opponents completely, yes, that is going to be a sound strategy. You will end up winning the game. And maybe going into this series, we would have thought, okay, Ember Wolves, they have the great record. They absolutely stomped game 1. This is a team that can pull off a composition like this. After those 2 games that we just saw, game 2 and game 3, not the case. Winnipeg Wombats, they're here to fight. They are here to play. They want their spot in the grand finals of the Aegis Marauder League. And if they pick up the win here, they will move on exactly to that final best of 5. We'll see if they can do it here after a quick intermission when we bring you game number 4.
They say I have a grim sense of humor.
Do or die for the Ember Wolves in Game 4 of the semifinal matchup in the Aegis Marauder League up against the Winnipeg Wombats. If they drop, they will go home, and the Wombats will advance to that grand finals, fighting for their spot here in this game. And we're on to the Rifts. Kiwi Cannon is in some trouble if they take the bait onto Marcotte here for waiting inside of this brush. Don't go any further, Varus. You don't want to see what is inside of the brush. Doesn't look like they're going to pull the trigger on that. It's also, now that I'm noticing the runes,
You saw the comment as well.
Lethality Varus, which I'm going to be honest with you, Septi, I don't like it.
So lethality comet, it's a lethality virus and a grasp gnar. So they will not have the same kind of dueling potential. They will not have the same kind of tank shred, and I really don't like it in this game, because who is going to be killing the Lilia and the Poppy? You're kind of just hoping that you smash them early and that you can just outpoke them for the entirety of the game. It is a very I would call it a you're up a game sort of style. It's very reserved. As Gecko and Marcotte gonna try and go for something here.
This is ambitious. Now, they do chunk the Blitzcrank down to half HP, basically 40% HP, so it's good. Their ambition has paid off, and now it's that much harder for Blitzcrank to find the hooks in these lanes. And remember, Varus, with this lethality build, really wants to put the pressure on the low range of Xayah. You can't do that as well if they find the early 2v2 advantage like that.
Can you imagine if Marcotte had also ignited Titan there? That would be a very, very low, almost killable Blitzcrank, who, did not play that level 1 accordingly. It's Tomato Tom. You cannot be trading in melee range of Nair. Is not going to get the hyper proc as well, so a mistrade coming out of the top side. Very favorable early lane for this Ember Wolf side, as Tomato Tom getting very close to popping that rage. Will do so now, as the spacing just from the level 1 has not quite been there for Tomato Tom. Then again, has not played a ranged character so far in this series. As for the first time, I think this entire series long, our junglers are not pathing the same direction. Tomato Tom jumping in.
He's going to get a good trade in the
Oh,
Mega
why
Gnar
would-
for him, but now he's going to go mini.
Oh, maybe
he's
not.
going to go melee. He might be looking for the solo kill here, but there's the hook shot. I feel like he had to flash that ability. He isn't going to use the flash at all. First blood to Nair. That is definitely questionable here, and so good of a start once again in the top side for the Ember Wolves, similar to what they had in that third game.
I'm shaking my head. Tomato Tom just assumed that Nair was going to run away, but I think gonna go wide. I think that, you know, that hookshot wall dive is the only way Tomato Tom ever dies there. And, you know, positioned so aggressive themselves, and I don't know. I don't like what I saw from that 1v1 just there. I feel like Nair played it well. I feel like Tomato Tom just did not space correctly, did not understand the trading
He's going for it
patterns.
again. This is
Nair
horrible.
is
Look at
just
that
going
wave
to-
too.
Look at the wave. Look at the item differential. Look at the TPs available as Nair. Auto Q or flash auto
Nostalgia's
Q.
here. They're looking for a 2v2 in the bot side as well. Ignite goes down onto Marcotte. It's going to be Kiwi Kevin trying to force away Gecko right now. With the hail of arrows, gets a little bit of damage. He has to be careful. The Blade Caller, though, gets the piercing arrow. Here comes Captain Snarfles. He's going to flash forward with the Arctic Assault. Flash away from Marcotte. Should be able to bring him to safety. Close, but no cigar in the bot lane for the Winnipeg Wombats.
It's a disaster for the Wombats currently in this early game here. They need to push the tempo, but they're playing far too aggressively. They're playing far too out of shape, I feel, for the position that they're in. You know, that fight on the bot side is great. You got the wave in, but, you know, you didn't really lose anything. You got the wave in, you pulled your jungler down, and now Snarfles might be down in a little bit of tempo because Nostalgia did take that earlier base. But, I mean, I think the thing that we're really worried about is going to be Tomato Tom on this top side. You invested counterpick in your support. You invested in being able to pick this Blitzcrank on, I want to say, was it Blitzcrank on 5 or was it Gnar on 5? I might be, oh, it was Xerath on 5, sorry. You picked Xerath on 5, and I don't know, it feels like the matchup mastery is not really there, or at least it is very there for Nair. And the stand in the chat, Xylosis, called out that Nair's Camille is, you know, very clean, and I am left a little bit, you know, flabbergasted as to how clean it actually is here. And with 30 seconds,
Looking really good.
With 30 seconds left until these grub spawn, Marcotte is already on this top side. As Tomato Tom, don't defend the pink. Just please make sure the wave is frozen there.
It's going to be frozen, and I want to point out as well, it's a 10 CS lead for Burger King on this Smolder too. So with the range advantage is kept, that is unable to punish this Smolder for the moment. Marcotte is also waiting in that top side mid brush, waiting to see maybe if the Xerath steps a bit too far forward and look for a possible gank opportunity. But this Smolder is going to get stronger and stronger, optimized into the fleet footwork as well, not the Arcane Comet build that's been popular on Smolder. So more sustain into the poke of the Xerath, which I do believe is very smart to go for more of those standard runes. I wonder if they make a play bot side here, though, Septi, because they know that the Poppy is top side. They're going to try and make the play onto Gecko. The wave is stacked. If they get this kill, it will be massive, but both summoners are available here to the Xayah. It will not matter. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but a lot of XP denied. Let's see the redive here top side. The Swirl Seed lands. It's going to burn down Tomato Tom's HP bar. They're going to find the heroic charge into the wall and cancel the jump away. Does Marcotte die to the last tower shot? He does not. That shield is good enough to keep him alive, and a counterplay comes through for the Ember Wolves.
Yeah, and on top of that, it will be a trade for Dragon for Grubs most likely here. And I mean, to be fair, this is the game plan that we kind of discussed for the Ember Wolves early on. I just cannot imagine they in their wildest dreams. Sorry, I've completely flipped my teams here. The Wombat strategy is to play for bot side here. I cannot imagine Ember Wolves in their wildest dreams would imagine that this topside matchup is going as well as it is. Okay, Titan not gonna be able to grab that last one. A lot of damage onto Burger King here though.
Does have right of the arcane. Lilting Lullaby used as well on Nostalgia, who's just so upset with this Blitzcrank for trying to mess with him at the grubs. He's kiting him like a beast. That is crazy. But Keps gets the solo kill on Burger King in the mid lane. So 1-for-1 across the map. Titan unfortunately takes that unnecessary death.
Yeah, I mean, Burger King also dies from the mid, so it's not the end of the world. Kept though, as Flash.
Yep.
Oh,
Bo5
good
stun. Oh,
flash
actually,
here.
the Poppy is going to drop here, but able to get the kill. Flashing forward is the Lilia. Can't quite find the damage. Yes, they can. Nostalgia on a killing spree. 3-0 to this Lilia at the 8-minute mark. And the Ember Wolves are going to be pretty happy about that.
But it doesn't
Maybe
really
solo
matter.
kill? Titan, he wants revenge. He's saying, dude, I'm not going to let you get away with this. He's not level 6, though. He doesn't have the static field. He's gone. Anar into the wall. Fights all across the place. Tomato Tom just trying to get this wave in. Nair's not going to let him go. Into the Hextech Ultimate and dodge away from the stun. It is a Camille masterclass. But wait a second. Does Tomato Tom have the spacing? He does. And ends up finding the solo kill instead. All across the map. Plays after plays. It just does not stop. We're going to see a fight around this Scuttle Crab as well. Going in is Marcotte. They have to be careful, though. The Lily's out of mana. We're seeing a fight in the bot side, too. 1 versus 1. Can Burger King dodge away from the piercing arrow? He cannot. Burger King will fall. Fight inside of the pit. Flashing forward is Geico, though. Onto Kept, who does not have flash. Somehow, the Sejuani falls as well. The Xerath will drop first kill of the game for Geico. Second kill, rather. Recall not going to be completed by Tom because he's just going to kill that Poppy. Now Nostalgia here. Can he find the damage? Can he get the kills? Can the space be bought here from the Blitzcrank? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And he lives with 1 HP. Holy crap. So much happening.
Wait, what happened on that top side there? Did Tomato Tom not see that Lilia W got interrupted?
Maybe not.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I thought game 1 was bloody. This is just a comedy of, it's not a comedy of errors, but it's just comedic. Seeing how all this fighting is going around over the map. This is sort of what we expect, though. As we get later on into the evening, we become a little bit less clean. We become a little bit more, ingrained in the champion that we're playing. And for the side of Ember Wolves, I feel like they're very happy with the way this game is going so far. They are the scaling composition. They are the side that requires the most amount of gold in inventory. And the fact that so many early kills are getting traded in their favor. Titan,
how did this happen? Titan, how did you get yourself into this situation? He's down to 40%. Mom is going to go wide. Flash is used, but the rocket grab is good. Burger King doesn't have flash. He's going to try and get the trade kill at the very least. He can't do it. Marcotte is the one that has to finish this off now. Chains of Corruption is rolling through, and 2 kills are going to be able to go to the Winnipeg Wombats. Now, level 8 to level 7. Gnar back, not going to hit the wall. Zamir won't be stunned. Can he escape with the hook shot? It looks like he can. Tomato Tom actually talking his ish right now in the top side is getting a little bit furious after those early solo kills.
I mean, this is sort of the thing with Gnar, right? It's, the first early levels, you don't really do too much, but once you start getting damage, once you start getting movement speed in your kit, you are really able to start dishing out the pain. Has to be careful, though. Nair does have the Hextech Ultimatum. Has Tomato Tom now going to get ganked by
Marcotte up here again? This guy's all around the world. He's Pitbull. He's Mr. Worldwide, or we should call him Mr. Riftwide, because he is everywhere. We're seeing more fights in the river as well. Lilting Lullaby going to go down onto Rock Crab does connect. The Permafrost, or the Glacial Prison rather, will miss as well from Captain Starfalls. He's going to now have to try and get his way out of here. The Keeper's verdict is canceled, but now there's going to be Kiwi coming to join the play. The piercing arrow will connect, and it will be the shutdown to Captain Starfalls. They take down this 5-kill Lilia. 13 to 10. 11 minutes, 23 kills. Septi, what are we witnessing?
This is a good old-fashioned fiesta here. This I haven't seen one of these in a very long time on the AML. I have not seen 23 kills in 11 minutes in a while. It sometimes happens, but in a game that has this much variance, I feel like the blue side composition is going to thrive so heavily. Especially when Marcotte just on cooldown is just roaming from lane to lane trying to make plays happen. 6 KP, 3 deaths. It is a Poppy's dream to have this kind of scoreline. As Snarfle's here, gonna get caught by Nair.
Yeah, he's gonna drop. I would have to assume. He does not have flash. Mom's gonna roll through. It's gonna give that 1 stack of dragon practice. Geico's gonna solo kill Kept as well, and that's going to be, should be 6 grubs, maybe, unless there is something else to be said. But Keeper's verdict, that is what it's going to be. Rocket grab connects, but there's no follow-up now.
What are you doing?
Titan might have just brought him into his own death. That's not what you want, dude. That's the wrong play. and it doesn't work out for them. But Tomato Tom, let's see what they can do. But now they're in a 4 versus 2. They got the Gnar into the wall into the Lilia. Can they knock him down? One more on attack will do the trick, and it will go to Kevin, but a double kill to the Lilia before they all drop. Now nowhere to go for this Varus, but ends up finding the kill anyways onto the Camille. He's just so damn strong. Almost gets all 3. I doubted this Varus, but he's actually going crazy in this game already. The Arcane is going to be utilized. The shots are going to be dodged. Burger King putting on his happy feet, flashes away from the glacial prison. It just does not end, and only one Grub will survive. Holy moly, man. These teams are out for blood.
Holy, holy, holy. What is going on? First items completed for everyone. Gecko is almost completed with their second item now. I
This is crazy.
have no analysis for what I'm seeing other than what the heck is going on. Because, I mean, how do you analyze this, right? They're just playing team deathmatch. That is all you can say. I feel like I'm watching a gold game. I feel like, you know, teams are just running around trying to find the closest person to kill. There's no real wave management. No one is even close, really, to keeping 10 CS per minute as Gecko now going to get caught.
Gecko. He's got Featherstorm. He's got Flash. Oh my goodness. That is what you needed to see. And he's going to be able to maybe get even both of them if the Ignite doesn't finish him off. Now the play is being made. The counter punch on the top side. Nostalgia gets that kill. And Gecko killed the Blitzcrank as well. That was a crazy outplay on the Xayah. Excellent reposition with the Flash on the Blade Caller. That was gorgeous and might be the play here to put the Ember Wolves definitively in the lead. He will fall, but not after the back of such a fantastic play.
I don't want to say we're going to a game 5 because it is only 14 minutes into a game, but the gold lead is 4,000 with 41 kills in this game already. And oh, Titan,
man, you're walking into a whole world of hurt, bro. It's just been nonstop with this guy. He's got 7 deaths now. He's trying to make plays happen. We can't really, you know, bash him for his ambition, as Burger King is going to get hit with the right of the Arcane. All right, that kill.
All right, it's fine.
Dude, crazy.
Didn't matter. This is a game of all time.
One of the games of all time.
In all my time in the AML, I have never cast a game like this. I have never seen a game that is this bloody, that is this TDM. But at the same time, I feel like Ember Wolves has done a good job to push the gold lead. 4,000 in their favor. They've taken, you know, 2 towers on the outsides. We're going to do a quick smolder check here because I feel like we have not done it. It is 125 at 15 minutes into the game. Is not bad.
Pretty good. Solid.
Yeah, I'm not the... what is like the stacks per minute? That's good for a smolder.
If you're at 10 stacks per minute, that's absolutely absurd. Like, you are way ahead of pace. So if you're slightly behind 10 stacks per minute, you're doing pretty well for yourself. If you get 225 by the 24-minute mark, you're doing pretty well.
All right. Well, sounds good to me. As, yeah, I mean, taking a look at the items, who is the poorest person in the game? It's going to be Titan. This Blitzcrank has had a day. Has had a 16 minutes.
Indeed. It might be, yeah, exactly. It might be a whole couple more minutes. I mean, with the way that this game is going, we expect, or at least I expect now with Smolder stacking up and all of these individual performing strong champions in a game where it's all about skirmishes and individual mechanics and plays, to be the benefactors of a game like this. The Ember Wolves should pull ahead. But you never know. This game has been so weird. Maybe it devolves into 5v5 after 5v5, and the value of this Poke Varus and the range of this Xerath actually becomes well enough for the Wombats to be able to pull them back into the game. I'm not ruling out anything. Nothing that has happened in this game was on my bingo card. I just tossed my bingo card, I just ripped it up and threw it in the garbage.
I will say, early dragons...
Well, they're going on to Lilia. No, they can't stop. Never going to stop. Nostalgia is dead. Chains of Corruption got onto Gecko as well. Teleport in from Nair. That's not what you need, my friend. I feel like I've seen this before. He flashes over the wall, but the piercing arrow will follow him. That's the CC lock that you need. That's the team fighting you need. And Burger King, hey, and you know what? If you get this tier 2 before you die, it's actually pretty worth.
Honestly, pretty worth. Can I get some stacks too out of it? 2 stacks on the
I don't think you
frostbite.
can outplay this. I think
Getting more
it's too much. I
stacks,
mean,
though.
Xerath has to hit his skill shots. Okay, he did. Okay, they got it.
More and more stack. I know. I'm just getting frustrated because can we stop? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen Titan pull like 3 different people out of kept skill shots. I'm just losing my mind a little bit. But anyway, I don't know if you can actually afford too many fights like that if you are the Ember Wolves, though, because the gold lead is not insurmountable for this red side here, and they do team fight better. Yes, you scale better on the red side, or on the blue side rather, and you know, individually there is a buttload of gold on this Lilia and on pretty much everyone but the Poppy and the Camille. If we want to do a quick check-in quickly before the next fight onto how much gold is going on in each matchup, because I think we have about 20 seconds. Yeah, taking a look at the top side is 100 in favor of Gnar. That is purely CS based, so well done to Tomato Tom. The gold in the jungle is actually a lot closer, I feel like, than I would have expected, considering Lilia has 5 more kills than this Sejuani. Gold in the mid, again, not swung the way I would have thought, but also the tower gold is pretty significant there, as Tomato Tom now is going to end my time speaking
They got
about
a lot of
gold
people
leads.
flanking, though. They got a lot of people flanking. This could be the overextension. Snarfles is in the area. All of them are in the area. There goes the Glacial Prison. It connects onto Marcotte, who has to flash away. Now Nair will be the next target. Mom is going to roll through. Can the Gnar transform? He can. Will he drop to the shoulder? He will not. Good hook. The flash away by Burger King. He's going to try and dodge away from the right of the Arcane. He actually does a really good job of doing so, but somehow, some way, the Lilia has found the Varus, and the shutdown goes to the Smolder. Big play here for the Ember Wolves. Big punch back. The flash away from the Featherstorm. Somehow, a hook from downtown. Kept grabs that kill. Low HP bars all over the place for the Wombats. They're trying to channel the recalls, but this tower should go down and more gold injected into the Wolves.
Yeah, 6 grubs is going to make that tower get sliced through like some warm butter. And oh, hold on, we are not done. I'm sorry. I hope you can take a deep breath right now,
Yep.
because Gnar is here to play Nostalgia. No flash, no lilting lullaby, but Tomato Tom, you're gonna get caught here by Marcotte.
Nair's low, though. Maybe Tomato Tom can outplay this. He can't quite get into Mega Gnar, though. He's trying to jump away, but the Hextech Ultimate will bring him right there, and he drops. So many misplayed teleports in this game as Nostalgia. I think you're good to head on out of here. Swirl Seed done.
Yeah.
They get the Drake. They win the plays. They're back to that 5K gold lead. It's Marcotte, bro. Okay. You know what? Whenever we think it's the time to disengage.
Can we give these guys some bottled water next time instead of having them drink from the communal water fountain? Like, because whatever's in
they're just
it,
gonna keep going back in.
whatever's in it is making these guys act kind of crazy. I mean, I'm for it. We have more than 2 kills a minute.
That is absurd.
That is quite a wild way to play this game. And honestly, for the most part, it's been really exciting. I mean, I feel like they have. I mean, the supports have been kind of throwing themselves at the wall, but you know, beyond that, it has, I think, been pretty okay. Never mind.
They don't have Hextech Ultimatum, and Tomato Tom is on the way. They've used the Glacial Prison.
Okay.
Mom will miss.
Kept has CP'd in as well. Will we start a Baron because we can? That would be the cherry on top of this wild game, as if, you know, Ember Wolves just started Baron because they were near it, and then started a team fight because of it, and then lost the game. That would be the 1, 2, 3.
Let's see if Nair can get out of this one here. You're gonna get the hook shot to buy space, but now you've run into Kept. Now you get stunned up. Rocket grab comes through. Swirl Seed onto 2 though. Lilting Lullaby is gonna come through, and they just don't have the damage. There's no DPS. They're waiting on Xerath cooldowns. They're doing a good amount of damage onto Nostalgia. Into the right of the Arcane he goes, but all of the meanwhile, mid lane is being pushed. That's a good piercing arrow to chunk down one of the members here of Ember Wolves. They're trying to hit onto the tower, but the minions will fall. And actually, no one on this side of Ember Wolves dies. Somehow, Nair fought their way out of that situation.
There is negative synergy between Kept and Titan, because that Blitzcrank just pulled the Camille out of a Xerath Q that would have killed her, and I'm upset because it keeps happening, and I hate it. But like, they didn't have the damage because, I mean, again, just the synergy is not there either. Kept is not looking at Titan. Titan is not communicating cooldowns. There is some disconnect between the mid and support here, because I feel like if I notice it 4 times, it's happening way too much. And I think it's been even more than 4 times, if I'm being completely honest, of where, you know, a skill shot has been saved, or someone has been saved by a blitzcrank hook from a skill shot that would have put them in kill range or would have killed them outright. But anyway, mid tower didn't go down, so I think credit goes to Kiwi Kevin for being able to keep that wave outside of the tower long enough to actually stop them from pushing. Tomato Tom has been trying to find some teleports and some flank angles back into the game. It's not had the most success, but I think, you know, the game for maybe the next 30 seconds or 45 seconds, or until someone, you know, reveals a ward with a red trinket, will calm down. As Nair now gonna be doing some counter jungling of their own, and we'll find Snarful is trying to take a blue buff away, but it's not sure where anyone else of this Winnipeg Wombats side is at.
Well, they're looking for the play on the Gecko. They find the hook, but here comes the Featherstorm. There is not flash available to reposition this time, but he still found the Blade Caller route. It won't be enough. That's
It could be the one.
kill. It goes to Snarfles. It's a big shutdown, or at least a big kill at the very least, to relieve the pressure. But Kiwi Kevin is low, has to back away. I don't think they're gonna be able to get much off of this. Mayo Tom, though, has been having his way, at least in the HP department, up against Burger King, but now getting very close to that 225, or is at that 225, maybe at the very least very close.
I can check for you. At 215 currently.
215, so on the cusp, but the wave clear is so free at this point when you're playing Smolder, so you're going to be having no problem in that side.
Give it 2 waves. Give it 2 waves, and they'll have it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I said that could be the one. Hopefully Tomato Tom is able to knock down this tower. Most likely will not. Is currently not going to have enough time. 6 stacks to go on the Smolder, and items complete for the majority of 2 items, if not more, complete for the majority of this Emerald side. Smolder should have their passive just in time to also have their Mermount stacked. Currently just needs 10 more, and with the blue buff, with the wave here, should be very close to getting. Might not actually get it right here, but I believe does finish their dragon training is at 226. So now the executes are online, and with that, Baron is getting started up because they can.
Well, it's a pretty good time to start it if you do want the fight, because now your Smolder's at that break point. It's going down so fast. It's gone before they can even react. Now the heroic charge onto the Blitzcrank going to force the flash over the wall. Right, the Arcane comes through, but doesn't get a whole lot of damage right now. They've already used that Glacial Prison on the flank. Is Tomato. But that's it. That is it. They get the Baron to get out.
A heist of a Baron. But no, Emberwolf is going to be late to potentially this dragon fight, but there is a flank war deep in the jungle should Nair decide to TP there after this wave. But it looks like they're just going to opt to try and push in, try and get first move onto this mid tower or onto this top tower.
Tomato Tom.
Nostalgia very fast.
It's going to be an immediate Lilting Lullaby. There it is. Can't get past the gate in time. He's going to drop. There's the execute from Burger King. Honestly, this might just be the time they march down and end this game. I'm going to keep it real. Like they will do something crazy like that.
It'll at least be an inhib, if not 2. Nostalgia is fairly low. Chains of Corruption are available. No Glacial Prison, but a hook. I have been told that a hook can change the lives of many players, and yeah, that's just gonna be 2 inhibs. Oh, Camille.
Now he's gonna get out with the hook shot. It's close. They got 6 scrubs. Those towers go down so fast. I think this game is wraps at this point. There's a lot of kills on the Varus, but again, this is lethality Varus. They got a whole lot of skill shot problems with the rocket grabs that you're talking about here, Septi, where they're rocket grabbing people out of key skill shots. Once those skill shots miss, they gotta wait for cooldowns. The only true DPS threat is the Gnar in mini Gnar form, and if your Gnar's in mini Gnar form, you're not getting the full value here out of your team composition. They also have to worry about Burger King as well, who's on that 225, and Titan is dropping so low. It's just going to drop 3 Qs. That's all it's going to take. 225 Dragon practice stacks. That is what you like to see if you're an Ember Wolves fan. And with that pick, they will march down onto that last inhibitor while Nair, all the meanwhile, split pushing in the top side.
And I feel like that has just been the story of this game. That just getting picked in the jungle and then being forced to throw our Glacial Prison into a spell shield. It's the right of the Arcane, going to come down, but the third inhib will go the way.
Burger King. This guy's been so good at dodging those. I swear, that's like the 4th or 5th right of the
Lilting Lullaby
arcane
onto 3.
that he's dodged away from. Lilting Lullaby is going to hit 3 people, like you said right there, but jumping too far forward is the Lilia. She's going to drop, but I think it's just too much power right now on the side of the Ember Wolves. There's still 4 people strong. The Featherstorm is going to be utilized by Gecko as well. They just have to hit onto the Nexus, and they finish off what was a 54 kill game in 27 minutes. I'll say it again. One of the games of all time, and
It's certainly a game.
I'll shout out my guy Quacks the other day, who I was casting with, who introduced me to the absolute cinema.
Yeah, that is certainly what that one was. If you saw if my camera was on during the game, I think you would have seen either my face in my hands for like 30% of it, me pulling my hair for the other 70%, because that's sort of how I felt. I really didn't feel like, I mean, for a game 4, for an elimination game, I don't think I could have gone any better for the side of Ember Wolves. I feel like, you know, in a game that felt so chaotic, you know, it's, for a game that felt so chaotic, it's sort of the ideal when you go into a game 5, because you have them now on the back foot. Winnipeg Wombats, they do have side select, but they're on the back foot, and they really never had a leg up in this game. I feel like their draft was very pointed, and they never really got to use it because of all the individual mistakes and the plays that went wrong early on. And so realistically, I feel like you just played a 27-minute game where really you didn't get to play. I think maybe if your name is Kiwi Kemen, you got to, you know, shoot a couple people with your arrows. And if your name was not Kiwi Kemen, you were getting caught, you were dying, you were having your skill shots griefed by a blitzcrank hook. But I mean, hey, Ember Wolves, game number 1 dominance. The blue side win streak continues. It is 4-0 currently. And I mean, this gold graph says it all. There was no doubt in that game. And I feel like from after game number 2, we had a feeling that the series might go like this: a stomp in game 1 into stomps game 2 and game 3, and then a stomp in game 4. I'm going to take a wild guess that is probably not so informed, but also very informed, that the Winnipeg Wombats are probably going to select blue side. Just a thought.
Probably. We see also on the blue side those blue tsunamis that we see in the post-game breakdown with the gold graph. It's shown up many, many times now. And we're going game 5. We're going Silver Scrapes, doing the full distance on the stream tonight for the AML. And honestly, it's been a pretty exciting series. So we got one more in store for all of you. And we're excited to bring that to you when we return. Draft for game number 5, Ember Wolves, Winnipeg Wombats, a spot in the grand finals on the line. Don't go anywhere. What a series it has been, and it will conclude with this fifth and final game. This is the Aegis Marauder League. This is Ember Wolves. This is Winnipeg Wombats. And what a massacre of a game we saw in game number 4. Back and forth, both teams non-stop fighting, no macro, no brains, going absolutely crazy. And now we will see how it concludes with 2 games at peace for both of these squads. We're into the draft and we're ready to go.
Yeah, your eyes are not deceiving you. The draft is not broken. There are no bans for this game. It is going to be spicy. Winnipeg Wombats have opted to swap to this blue side. They're going to have their pick of the litter, minus everything that is currently below our lovely faces here. So all those champions you see here are the only ones disabled. So, I'm thinking of like Gwen. I feel like last week, I don't know if you watched Ferris, but last week it was a pretty brutal, pretty brutal game for the red side here, because blue side just picked Gwen on B1 and then absolutely face rolled the entire game. But here we go into the draft. We're gonna have our first round pick. Remember, Ashe no longer banned. It's gonna get picked up immediately by the Wombats.
There we go. We wanted to see the Ashe, and they picked that one up. It's the great setup, 80 carry, the response. It's what you were talking about there, Septi. It is going to be the Gwen there. I have to believe for the Ember Wolves, this is going to go into the hands of Nostalgia, who has liked the Gwen jungle many times. Ezreal in response to the Ashe. This is a typical bot lane that we see. Ezreal can't be punished as heavily by the Ashe in the lane. It's typically going to be weak-sided, especially now with the Gwen lock-in for the Ember Wolves. They're going to be playing more for the jungle, looking for more of those skirmishes. If they do come from the bot side, great. If not, they want the resources in the Gwen and have her carry later on. We're seeing a Kennen come through blind in the top side, unless they think it's a Gwen top, but I think it's the Gwen jungle.
It probably is going to be the Gwen jungle. But I mean, hey, it could very well be the Gwen top. It is a fairly decent. Okay, I was gonna say, never mind. We will have the tri-codes fixed on the top lane in the top really quick. But just in case people are wondering, it is the Wombats on the blue side, and it will be the Ember Wolves on the right side. We will be with that very shortly, as my Discord is freaking out for some reason. Renata Glask will be the final pick of the first set of picks. Again, no bans. Yon will be picked alongside it. So very aggressive, currently being picked by this red side here. The Wombats. I just said it's not the Wombats. The Ember Wolves being very aggressive with their picks. And we have to talk about the Wombats, because we said after game number 1 and after their domination in game number 2 that they need to stick to a style of, skirmishing heavy early on. It worked really well for them in game number 3. But ever since then, it has been rough for them. They have not been able to find the same success that they had, when they played with that Volibear early on, when they had the Rek'Sai perma ganking, and now, you have Gallia picked in the mid lane. I probably want to assume it's going to be something like a Kindred here, would be my guess. It's the only thing that really makes sense here. Maybe you go for something like a Belveth or a Viego. Trundle is a matchup that traditionally is very good into Gwen, as you're able to just, smack face and stat check, which seems to be the trend that Snarfles likes to go for. We have Volibear earlier, and now the Trundle.
I do want to thank, or at least welcome, everyone from the Salt Mine who did rate us with a party of 36. So if you're coming from the Salt Mine, welcome. This is the Aegis Marauder League, and this is game 5 between Ember Wolves and Winnipeg Wombats. And we're going to see who comes out on top in this one. Grand final spot on the line. This is a full fearless series, and we're here all the way at the end. Look at all the champs that are denied. Look at these team comps, man. What the heck are we seeing on our screen? We're seeing Gwen jungle. We're seeing Set. We're seeing Yone. These are all the picks that the Wombats kept in jail all series long that are now unleashed for the Ember Wolves. There's nothing they can do about it. No bans, like you were talking about there, Septi, in the game 5 for the full fearless best of 5. Yone, Gwen, super high octane champions, the Ezreal as well. Set's going crazy in the top side. And we got to unpack this composition from the Wombats as well. Is it a Trundle jungle? I think you were alluding to that
I
here,
assume
Stephanie.
so. I mean, I don't think anything
Not
else can go to the
something we
jungle anymore.
see. Not something we see very often.
It's not, but it is still very viable. You know, Triforce, I don't think will be most likely to pick, but it is very strong. I think Trundle has sort of fallen by the wayside with all the flashy junglers that have been coming back. With the resurgence of Xin Zhao, I feel like Trundle might very well come back into prominence. But I want to talk about this set Yon real quick, because I feel like there's a world where we could see the set go into the mid lane and match up against that Galio, and you have Yon go into the top side. I should know this. I don't know the lane swap rules off the top of my head. I don't imagine there are any, or at least any meaningful ones that would prevent Burger King from taking that Yon into the top side. But there's a big red flag that I'm glaring at, Ferris, and I don't know how Ezreal Renata plays. I have never seen a lane. I think it is not very synergistic. I feel like with Renata, it's more hyper carries. But at this point, you know, it is the only enchanter we've seen in the bot lane this entire series. And we're going to rely on Marco to really try and rein this one in and try and use the Renata to the best of their ability. I like it into the very, you know, head first composition that the Wombats have drafted. It's just not the most ideal, I think, with Ezreal.
The 2v2, imagine it as the Renata, and also in the game as well. Renata is just playing to keep away all of those massive threats. I'm talking Kennen, slicing Maelstrom, Rakan with the quickness, even Galio jumping in with the heroic entrance. These are going to be dangers for a lot of the champions, more specifically the Ezreal, since they're going to want to keep their space, is the side of Gecko on this Ezreal to keep that space and prevent from getting the gap closed onto him. In the 2 versus 2 bot side, again, the Renata playing that disengage, trying to read what the Rakan is going to do. Is he going to go in? Should I time my handshake now? Finding poke inside of the lane as well for Gecko is going to be very important. If you can put Ashe down to very low HP where she can't play from range, she's stuck under tower, you're applying pressure, this is where Ezreal shines. It's a skill matchup. It's going to be interesting. Literally every single matchup here, jungle, top, mid, bot lane, even support, I'll just toss support on there, is just a wild ride. We don't have any tanks versus tanks. We got fighters. We got a whole mess of a game. That's the beauty of a full Fearless best of 5. And I got to ask you here, Septi, I'm going to ask you to stand on business right here, right now. Who do you got in this final game based on the compositions?
I got to say Amber Wolves. With the way that this game number 4 went and the scrappiness of it, it is primed for the likes of Burger King and Nair to go absolutely crazy with these bruisers. I will say the one wild card I think is going to be Snarfles and their ability to potentially gain a 1v1 lead if they can find Nostalgia. I imagine this game will probably be decided by, let's call it 4.5 minutes. Whether or not Burger King is able to get some decent chunk onto Kept, whether or not Snarfles is able to find an initial gank. Because I feel like if this Trundle doesn't try and gank early or doesn't need to look at it, then it's sort of the wrong, not the wrong mentality, but sort of like the nerves are present. The nerves are going to be very present, and I don't know. It is going to be very explosive. Let's just say that. Let's say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. And if it is explosive this time, if we have a game like we did in game 4, in this game number 5, you know, last time these compositions were more what the Ember Wolves drafted. It's all over the place. You have very strong individual picks. If the fights are chaotic, everyone's in their own individual little skirmishes within the whole brawl. Great. If you got the better hands, you're winning the game. That's the case for both of these teams, basically. Well, there's a little bit more of a team fight identity for the Wombats with the fact that they have fantastic team fighting ultimates in Heroic Entrance, Slicing Maelstrom, and also Quickness for follow-up. But my point is, if we get another bloody game, I'm not sure who is the one that's going to end up coming out on top. I would have to slightly agree with you, though. If I'm going to have to choose a side and hop off the fence, it's going to be the Ember Wolves, just because I feel like their champions are a little bit more of an X factor. I feel like a Fed Gwen is more frightening than something like a Fed Galio, Fed Yone, exact same thing. the set can just completely run over games. If somehow he's able to get an advantage over the Kennen, again, why Nier decided to go the set into the Kennen, I have no clue, bro. This is not a good matchup, but I'm so excited for this game just because what a perfect way to conclude a chaotic series this is, with an absolute banger in the draft. We're going to cut to a short intermission, but don't go anywhere. We will return with the final game of the series, the conclusion to this absolute slaughter of a best of 5 when we return. The conclusion of this action-packed best of 5 is brought to you right here, right now. This is the Aegis Marauders League, the Ember Wolves versus the Winnipeg Wombats. It's been back and forth, stomp after chaotic game after chaotic game. Something, though, has got to give. There will be no more games after this. You win or you lose. We're starting off with an invade. We're getting the chaos. This is what we want to see. My hands are in the air. Kennen, Tomato Tom, first blood. Looking like a tomato on that Kennen. That's a perfect skin, Septi. That's perfect.
It is blood red, like Tomato Tom wants the side of Ember Wolves to be. And I said the game would be decided by 4:30. I don't think the craziness of this early game is over in the slightest. And I mean, great engage from Titan, great from Starfalls to actually, capitalize and follow up on it. Nostalgia not gonna find that ward with a sweeper is a kind of critical here, but no ghosts on the Gwen, and I really like just the heads up play from the Wombats here to know that Gwen is probably not going to take flash and would most likely be very interested in trying a 5-point. And something to note, I mean, it depends how many levels deep you're prepared to go for this. As you can see on the Gwen's abilities there, she started Q, and so with no flash, no E, it is impossible for Nostalgia to actually dodge out there, which is why a lot of the times, I mean, I don't know if Nostalgia leveled Q before they invaded, but if they did, rather, it is definitely an additional reason as to why you should always save your first ability point until, after you get to where you're going at level 1.
Yeah.
Just because
100%.
At the risk of, getting caught out and not having your mobility spell at level 1, it is not worth it.
Tomato Tom in this top lane, I mean, has that extra kill. We already alluded to the fact that this Kennen into set lane, it's going to be difficult. And now with the extra kill, Amp Tome damage ramping up, Tomato Tom had the ranged into melee matchup last time. Didn't go maybe as well as they would have liked. This time, they definitely got the advantage. They're going to want to pull out that gold lead over the set here. Could be monumental in getting the Wombats. I'm speculating a lot here what they need here if this lane is played properly in the 1v1. So I'm keeping my eyes up there. We've already been seeing trading down in the bot side as well. I'm seeing interesting movements around the map here. Kept is walking right into the Gwen,
okay.
into the Soul Unbound for Burger King, forcing the flash, and Kept will be without that for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and that's primed for, you know, another return from Nostalgia. I mean, Burger King has the advantage in this lane matchup. That W shield means not very much for Kept here. It does, you know, help some of the hybrid damage coming out from this Yone, but I was right, by the way. Snarfles did not go for a full clear. Instead, went for a 3 camp into an invade, I believe. Did they take the blue off of Gwen as well? Yes, they did. They invaded, took the blue and the Gromp from Nostalgia. As Tomato Tom taking a bit of damage here from Nostalgia. As it has been a game.
Absorbing a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Tomato Tom, if you can, even though you want to be applying that pressure on the cannon, if you do absorb all of those ganks, your team knows where Gwen is. That's going to be really good for your team to stay alive and make sure that they can play appropriately aggressive in their lanes because they know the jungler's on the other side of the map. And also when the lane state is like this now, Snarfles is on the other side of the map. The set is vulnerable to those ganks and they can put him even further behind. But for the moment, the game has slowed down. I feel like at this point last game, we had already seen like 5 or so kills, whereas we're seeing a really good trade from the bot lane from the Winnipeg Wombats. Do they have the push is the question. They do have the push. If the wave was pushing away from them, that would be really detrimental.
I mean, it is not going to be the end of the world regardless, but yeah, looking at this wave now on the bot side, Kiwi, Kemen, and Titan should be able to knock this one in just in time, potentially to go for a lane swap. This would be an interesting play to come out from Kemen and Titan, but it would be a play that would secure them the grubs early on, and in a game where you have Set and Yone, 2 very dominant side laners, I feel like it is almost imperative to play for it, but no, just gonna walk back out towards the bot side. Not gonna play for the grub swap, but will hopefully make at least the side of Ember Wolves think about it. Taking a quick peek at the jungler here, something I would not have expected would be that this Trundle has the CS/camp advantage in the jungle. Gonna be opting for that Tiamat most likely into a different item first, but could very well be that Titanic Hydra. I don't imagine we'll be seeing Ravenous or Stride, or at least I hope not. But I mean, you never know. I have been wrong before. I've been wrong many times in this series, as a matter of fact, and I'm prepared to be wrong again.
This series, yeah. You know what? If you're going into a best of 5 with these two, you know, throw your predictions out the window because you never know what's going to happen. I'll have to remind you guys about Ember Wolves 7-0, 14-3 game score, only 3 losses in 17 games. They, you know, if they have a loss here in game 5, are going to have the same amount of losses the whole season in one night in this best of 5. That could be what is at stake for them as Burger King on the Yone is in trouble. Ignite dropped here from Titan. They're trying to chase him down, trying to get the second kill of the game for the Wombats. But with the Q3 able to escape, and all the meanwhile Snarfles on these grubs should be able to secure the first 3 for the squad.
It is a very reserved play coming out from Burger King to not use the Fate Seal, to not use the flash, to hold on to those abilities to continuously try and smite from Snarfles to try and hold that pressure over Cap 2. Has played a good lane in this one. Curious to see if they still go for that Hollowed Radiance that I feel like we see almost every Galio mid go for. It certainly takes a lot of trading power. Nostalgia forced to use the ghost. Wow.
One of the big question marks is this Trundle. Like, oh, they're gonna find a fight right here onto the Yone. Kiwi Kemen, of all people, gets the kill from downtown with that enchanted crystal arrow. Very aggressive is Snarfles and Tomato Tom in the jungle because they have the advantage in the XP, in the gold. And the big question mark is this Trundle. I never see this champion in the jungle anymore. So what is the role going to be? How powerful can this Trundle be in this jungle matchup? It already has a 15 CS lead. It's actually bullying around the Gwen. I got really excited for this Gwen jungle pick. I thought this would be Gwen that is, as Coffee would say, the tempo vampire of the game, just completely running around making things happen. It's actually been the Trundle this time around. So the Wombats really pulling out this unique Game 5 full fearless jungler that I've still yet to see what the true potential of it is into the composition that Ember Wolves have drafted.
I mean, it is a tempo vampire, but only once you start getting items, once you get level 6. But before then, and what I really like Snarfle's capitalizing on is that this Gwen is not the strongest 1v1 champion, especially against the likes of a Trundle. And so being able to play to disrupt, being able to play to invade is exactly what you want to do, because your bot lane and mid lane and top lane, for the most part, are all going to have permanent prio, considering that Kennen is going to be autoing every single chance they get onto the set. Your Ashe with the W should be able to push. And I mean, we just saw what happened mid. Need I say more? As Snarfles has the subjugate available, should a fight break out here, and the Yona's first to move.
First, good bait sealed, but here comes the heroic entrance and should be able to save them now. He snaps back, but the 1v1 from Snarfles, he just clubbed the Gwen to death. That wasn't even close. He just sat still and auto attacked him and stat checked him straight to hell. 4-0 for the Winnipeg Wombats. That's the start you need for this team. They're feeling the momentum in Game 5, while on the other side, the Ember Wolves starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, first Dragon 4-0. It is 3,000 gold at 9 minutes. Oh my god. 20 CS up in favor of Snarfles here against Nostalgia. And I would not have had this on my bingo card after game number 1. I thought that the Ember Wolves looked very clean. I said to you, Ferris, I said I think this is going to be a 3-0. And how wrong I have been. Leandri's finished now 4 Tomato Tom on that top side. First to get to a completed item as Nair just trying to gain some semblance of control on this wave. Unable to do so as the Kennen continues time and time again to keep autoing down the set. Nostalgia as well, down 15 CS, and look at the camps available for Snarfles to take. Nostalgia forced to base, only pick up Phoenix Coders, cannot get the blasting on, cannot buy a pair of boots, and has a lowly 0 stack Dark Seal. Where is the bright spot for this Ember Wolves side? Is it your scaling? Are you hoping that the Wombats are going to let you get to 2 items on Gwen, 2 items on Yone, maybe even just an item on the set, who by all accounts has been forced off the wave far too many times to their liking? Is, I mean, again, need I say more? I said this before, but this Kennen is an absolute beast.
Yeah, it is the scaling, right? Like, you have really strong individual champions. Ezreal's a DPS machine with lots of ability haste later on. Yone, we all know what Yone can do in the later stages. We all watched Worlds and what that champion is capable of. Same thing with the Gwen. Right now, we're seeing the more coordinated styles here. There is a lot of utility with the Ashe, with the Rakan, with the Galio. We're seeing a dive breakout, but there's teleports behind. Kennen is just going to tank all of that. Here comes Galio. Here comes the Kennen now. Marcotte is in trouble, and it actually is Nostalgia in the backside as well. They're jumping onto Geico as well because the Rakan is here. Now Nostalgia decides to emerge into the 4 versus 1. The wrong time, my friend. You need 3 more items before you can pull off plays like this. 2 more kills will go to the Kennen. 7-0 for the Wombats, and the pressure is mounting for the Wolves.
5k is the gold lead now. 11.5 minutes into the game. Snarfle's now going to try and find one more for their liking. Nair has flash, has showstopper.
He's going to win
and
this.
They find
actually,
this. No subjugate used just yet.
He has to use the subjugate now. Lethal Temple attacking. Watch out for the haymaker. He flashes it, stands still, and somehow loses the 1v1 to the Merc Treads. Phage set. The first kill of the game for the Ember Wolves. It's a big one.
I don't know exactly what happened there. I don't
that's
know.
the theme of the series. You've been saying that a whole lot there, Seppi,
I
in this one.
feel like I'm losing my chops as a color commentator because maybe my expectations are just too high as to what I expect because Snarfle's okay, I know exactly what happened. Let me be honest. Snarfle's greeted and didn't want to use the subjugate and tried to win the fight without using it. All right, that's what happened. I know exactly what happened. All right.
You just don't know why it happened.
I just don't know why we're playing like this. Game 4, sure, Fiesta, it was funny. Both teams were going absolutely crazy, but like, why not guarantee your play? Subjugate is not a very long cooldown. Because now you gave the set away back into the game. You punished your top laner, who has been playing out of their mind in this game. By the way, a top laner who got absolutely demolished in the previous game. So the fact that Tomato Tom is able to come back, play this matchup, have such confidence, and absolutely stomp, at least in lane, the person who gave them such a headache in that early phase of game number 4. But anyway, it does not matter. Dragon is spawning now in 8 seconds time. It will be this Cloud Dragon. So we have a couple of tasty souls for this game 5, potentially. Hextech available, Mountain available, Ocean available, Chemtech available.
I think a Chemtech would go crazy.
I think a Chemtech
would be insane. Everyone's going to be low HP in this game.
I think Hextech would always be content.
True Shot Barrage. Not going to take down the dragon. Let's see what it's going to be on this reveal. Mountain Drake. Okay. Honestly, if we were to rank on a tier list the souls possibility for this game on like a content scale, I think Mountain would probably be at the F tier. No?
It would be F tier unless your name is Captain Snarfles, in which case it's triple S tier.
Yeah,
because
I mean, maybe not as much for enjoyment, but yeah, enjoyment purposes, we want to see all that.
All of a sudden, everyone becomes a subjugate target.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, everyone becomes a subjugate target at this point. First item is going to be completed. How bad does it feel to play Galio and have to build Sunfire first? You can't go Hallowed Radiance. You can't have all of that extra, splash damage going around in the lane. Ooh, good play from Tomato Tom.
It's not bad. That Hallowed Radiance.
You really do. It allows your trading in lane to be just so much better.
And just that magic damage too. You're usually playing the Galio into those magic damage champions, and the Hallowed Radiance goes hand in hand. You get that magic resist, the splash damage, like you're talking about. Not going to have that here, but you know what? I think Kept is willing to do what it takes to get the win in this one, as Marcotte is caught. That's probably going to be the last time I'll say that, because I've already said it twice. Kiwi coming. That's why we picked the Ashe 4-0. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. 1 more kill to the Wombats plus the Herald.
I mean, hey, the game is accelerating at a pace that I feel like is pretty nice for the Wombats. Keep in mind, they are the underdogs in this series. They started this series off by getting absolutely blown out, and currently, I mean, I would say they're trying to claw their way back after losing game number 4, but the blue side curse or the blue side blessing, depending on what side you're currently on, is showing itself to be all powerful in, I think, a lot of series, because last week also was a blue side sweep, I believe. So maybe blue side is just broken in terms of maybe side, maybe, draftability, or maybe teams are just playing super well on this side of the map. But either way, 60 minutes in, set hopefully should be finishing their first item shortly. And can you imagine Snarfles has been doing all these things on the map and does not have their first item? Took Tiamat and now is about to have their fully completed Triforce at 17 minutes. Like,
yeah, time that into the most expensive item in the entire game. But once that item is completed, then we'll see the power of the Trundle come online fully in this mid game. The big problem right now for the Ember Wolves, on top of the fact that everyone is so fed on the side of the Winnipeg Wombats, is they don't have the dragon stacking in their favor. 1 minute and 50 seconds time until this third Drake spawns. Maybe getting this mid-tier one as well, which would make it easier to get priority in the river for these neutral objectives for the Wombats. it's going to be hard because you're going to have to contest these objectives sooner or later, and the team fighting is incredible. As we see Burger King with this Blade of the Room King power spike really start to win these trades despite that armor, despite those plated steel caps. This Yone champion, it's a little bit sus, I'll be real. Like, that's a lot of damage right there being dealt into the Galio. So maybe the side lanes, a little bit of a potential avenue back into the game for the Wolves, as they have found Nier, and he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Has the full stacked Haymaker up and available, doesn't use it. Teleport utilized as well from Burger King. And so the Wombats will get that off. We're going to see a hostile takeover utilized, but Flash over top of it for Snarfle's Flash, slicing Maelstrom onto 2. That's going to drop the Renata Glass. The set soon to follow. Fate sealed onto 3. Is it enough here? Is there enough damage? Nostalgia's on the back line. Heroic Entry is going to come down. Now they just don't have enough in the tank. Here comes the Galio. He's here to tank up for the team, and the Wombats, they triumph in the topside jungle.
I mean, just well played by the Wombats. 1 kill going the way of Burger King there in that fight is not the kind of outcome you want. Ooh, okay, not gonna mess up the rift hill there. Not the outcome you want if you are an Ember Wolves fan, but I mean, hey, any gold is good gold, especially when it goes on to the player that is notorious for playing Wind Brothers. And I gotta say, Burger King, I think, looked pretty decent in that fight, if not for all the summoners blown by the side of the Wombats. It would have been a lot worse for them. But I think, you know, Tomato Tom, Snarfle's kept. They are just playing so well together as a unit. The hero's entrance of that fight was just very well timed. Gecko was forced to use both cleanse and their E, I believe, in order just to live at the end there. But I mean, there's a reason that Ashe has been banned this entire series. I feel like Kiwi Kemen has not done, I'm not gonna say they haven't done much, but from a crazy impactful game scenario, I feel like they've just sort of existed and profited. And you know, that's sort of been, I guess, the theme of Ashe this entire series so far. And Nostalgia,
just a neutralizer. Nostalgia's in trouble. They're going to drop the slicing Maelstrom, comboing all of that CC, all of that damage. Tomato Tom is unstoppable. Kemen has found a target here with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. And he's going to try and chase it down with the Permafrost Arrows. Lands the volley. He wants blood. He is hating on that Renata right now, but now he may pay for his hubris because Geico gets the kill there with the Arcane Shift Forward. First kill of the game for this Ezreal. Red buff in hand. Now they're going to back on away. A little bit of a punchback here for the Ember Wolves, but still, 8,000 gold is incredible at the 20-minute mark.
This is the thing, though, about a lead like this is complacency. Right? You cannot get into a state where you feel like you're absolutely unkillable. You need to make sure that you stay locked in. You need to stay, you know, maintain the poise that you've had for the entirety of this game so far, and don't jeopardize it because you're trying to chase down your direct, you know, position opponent. It's just not worth it. I mean, your Trundle is only so fed and could very easily get shredded by a Gwen or a Yone come, you know, 5 minutes from now once they actually have their second items. The set is eventually going to start doing a whole bunch of true damage with the haymakers, and so you cannot take you know, any solace in the lead that you have currently. It's 3 dragons. You have 3 minutes until Soul. I feel like the game will be decided then, if I had to hazard a guess. And so until then, try and minimize enemy gold, maximize your own, and don't take stupid fights. But hey,
they can maybe get into the side lanes as well and knock down maybe this Kennen, who has a 500 gold bounty. Let's see if Tomato Tom overextends. Group up, look for plays, force a 5 versus 4. This is the recipe from all my experience of solo queue throws where I'm kicking back my lawn chair. We're up 1 trillion gold and we end up losing the game somehow. These are the ways back into the game. Catch them falling asleep, although I imagine the Wombats are locked the hell in right now. They can see victory in their sights. They're looking for the massive play. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Quickness will open it up, and that's going to be Nostalgia, the first one to fall in this play, but that's the bailout. Can he get the reset? He can. He jumps back in. This could be huge right now for the Ember Wolf. Fate Sealed is going to land on a 2. Is this the play that they needed? They were engaged upon, but they turn it right around. This is the miracle play for the Wolves, and the Baron is right up, served on a platter for them to gobble.
Yeah, I mean, They should be able to do it. They have 4 members very much so alive. And what went wrong? Tomato Tom not using the slicing maelstrom. No heroes entrance to keep the team safe. This is a disaster. And Ember Wolves all of a sudden gonna be able to get the Baron, gonna be able to get back into it. And I think it all came down to the most critical of bailouts from Marcotte. Nostalgia not giving up, fighting to the very last breath, getting a reset and getting just a little bit of extra damage down onto, I want to say it was Kiwi Kemen at the end. And that was enough. The team was able to follow. Burger King along with Nair were able to find good follow-up ultis and slows to corral the members of the Wombats. And now the gold sure is still in favor, but the momentum, the mental edge that had slowly been accruing throughout this game, the sense of dread no longer there for the Ember Wolves, as Trundle looking a lot less scary. Yes, 2 items completed, but so is your Gwen, so is your Yone, so is your Ezreal, and your set is just a few hundred gold away from also being at their second item. This game is wide open.
Wide open. The soul available in a minute that you pointed out here, Septi. The gold lead has closed down to a 4,000. It's been cut straight in half after that Baron. Summoner spells available for everyone. Flash is available for everyone on the side of Ember Wolves, but they might have found Tomato Tom here, who's able to get away with the slicing maelstrom. But now the re-engage teleport. Nostalgia is in trouble with the quickness. In comes Titan. They knock down the jungler right before the soul here, Septi. They should definitely now march their way down and prepare around that objective.
And that could be game defining. It could have been game defining in both directions. Burger King now, though, gonna try and get this in, but Kept is still around. They might try and go for a follow-up play onto Tomato Tom, but the hero's entrance still available. Flash forward from Burger King.
He's trying to look for the 1 versus 1. Can he get the snapback? One more Q will do the trick. Yes, it is Kept who is sitting in the wings, and he will knock him down. Nier now in trouble. Did knock down the tier 2 in the bot side. Now in a 1 versus 3. The Mountain Soul is alive. Good usage of the showstopper there to buy some space. Now in the mid lane here, Tomato Town and Kept keep on fighting. Into the bailout goes the Ezreal. Can he find the reset? One more out attack will do the trick. He will not grab it. Kept finds that kill. He shuts them down. This Galio is unleashed. 5-0, 600 gold bounty on his head. And that should be the soul to go to the Wombats.
Mountain Soul. The least exciting, I'll call it, but the most game securing. It means that the burst, it means the pick from Ember Wolves is going to mean that much less. It means that the additional resistances, this Frozen Heart now picked up by Kept, the Zhonya's being built by Tomato Tom, and even the Zeke's Herald currently in Titan's inventory. There were so much more than they were just 10 or just a minute ago. And Baron now timed out for the side of Ember Wolves, no longer going to be able to impose their will upon the wave, no longer going to be able to get that additional pushing power. And third items are going to be completed across the board for the carries of the Wombats. Arrow going to go wide as Titan coming in. Doesn't have the has the flash. Not going to go for it.
Opportunity. That's 2 ultimates that are used now. So potentially an opportunity for the Wolves if they want to try and find something. Good stun here from Tomato Town. Good usage of the Proto Belt as well to get away from that Mortal Seal, which would have stacked up to the Q3, maybe find a knockup. But let's look at this play that's happened. Nier once again pushing in the top side. Nostalgia is there to play bodyguard, but there's a lot more bodyguards on the Wombat side, and they are looking for a Game 5 victory. The time not quite in range, and the handshake will push him on back. Gecko looking to grab priority in the mid lane all across the map. Tension is building. We're getting closer and closer. 2 minutes until the next Baron. We will have a soul fight if the game goes on another 4.5 minutes, but the volatility level is reaching its maximum here as Nostalgia jumps on in, but the slicing maelstrom along heroic entrance that actually somehow got canceled here, which is huge for the Ember Wolves. Eating forward here is Gecko, but he doesn't quite have the damage to save his jungler. He is going to get a nice handshake from his support to save his life, but Nier is in the wrong area of the map. He will fall as well. Shut shut down will go to Kept. Now it's 5 versus 3. The taunt is landed. Gecko was not aware of who was behind him. Arcane Chip's gonna buy him some space. Good handshake. The enchanted crystal arrow lands onto one. Captain Starfalls will close the gap. Is this the play here, Septi, that the Wombats needed to close the series?
I am starting to hear the sounds of finals being played for the Wombats, but let's not count out Burger King. 3 items now completed on this Yone here. Low HP bars relatively, but the wave is gonna get one shot.
He's gonna be able
wave
to
is gone.
He will drop though, or will he? He actually survives. A hero play there from Burger King to save the game.
Very, very well played by the Yone there. It will buy them just a little bit of extra time. No significant damage, no real meaningful damage done to those Nexus towers means that the game is not even gone just yet. It will mean though that the next play, the next fight lost, the next poor decision made by the Ember Wolves will most definitely seal their fate, given the fact that not only is Rainip down, but Trundle is one of the premier tower pushers without even, you know, any real AD items. But Baron now 15 seconds away. The vision setup is very solid defensively for the side of the Ember Wolves. We're very close to 3 items on a couple of your members, but just take a look at the inventory difference. It is 7,000 gold in favor of the Wolves, but TP coming in now behind Nair. No flash on this set.
Once again, he's caught inside of the brush. He's walking into the alcove. There's no exit over there, bro. It's a dead end. You gotta run for your life. Big haymaker, or maybe not so big. That didn't drop the health bars the way that Nair wanted him to, and he will fall right before the Baron. Let's see what Captain Snarfles has found himself. He's found himself a Marcotte who's able to run away. Now 5 versus 4 on the map. Nostalgia still alive on this Gwen, but Ember Wolves, they have different plans. They don't care about the Baron. They're trying to take as many towers as they possibly can, as many objective bounties as they can in the meantime, while this Baron goes down, get a little bit of gold for themselves, work towards those 3 item spikes. The Baron falls. The question is, does the Ember Wolves have enough in the tank to hold on?
If the Wombats can play this well, they should be able to lead themselves right into a Baron. I want to see them take this tower and then instantly base. It is not the most efficient to do with Baron, but you get to take this tower. Oh no, don't know how I feel about this. I feel like I'd much rather have them play for this Elder Dragon. Tower gonna go down. Will they keep pushing? Arrow gonna land on Tezreal.
Lands on the Geico. He has cleanse, but decides not to use it. Gets that tenacity, and the taunt won't last very long. Arcane shift to safety. Still a minute 15 to go on this Elder. A lot of time for the Wombats to walk back down, clear out any vision there for the Wolves, and set up around this game-ending fight. They're looking for Nostalgia. Exactly.
No,
I didn't even realize Nostalgia was all the way down here. This would be game throwing here. A precarious position, a dangerous position. Nostalgia, last charge of Needlework going to run through. It's going to connect onto Kemen and slow him down. But now the chase continues. The great escape into the base goes Nostalgia. The rest of the team in no position.
But this is just getting worse and worse.
Happen. He's gonna die.
Be so desynced from this Elder Dragon spawning. Who cares about executing Nostalgia? Either die fast or run away. Don't die slow.
It's a great point you make. Yeah, he's gonna be late for the respawn. So in this time now, 40 seconds here. Septi, what can the Wolves do to prevent this Elder from going down?
Pray. They need to pray and try and find a pick onto someone who is overstepped, potentially Tomato Tom, but TP is available on the cannon. It has to be, you know, it honestly probably has to be Snarfles or Titan that have to go down immediately. Do not allow this Rakan to get a good usage of the quickness, but it looks like they're going to try and play for a pick onto the cannon. I don't know how I feel about this.
I don't like it.
This Elder Dragon is going down so fast. There is a world where Tomato Tom gets the Elder Dragon, has the zoners available, and Titan is spotting this the entire way. There is nothing to do here. There is no play.
They're getting flashes out. They're choking this right now. Elder Drake is secured. Here's Nair, but I think they want this fight. Tomato Tom, watch this slicing Maelstrom. It's going to be massive. Oh my God, it's all that they need. It is going to be the Wombats wiping the floor are with them. They dominate the macro. They dominate the fight. And that should do it for this game. Now they're chasing down Burger King as well. He is going to drop Soul Unbound. His soul is no more. The execute is in. And that will be the end of this best of 5, or at least it should be, with Nostalgia the only one left alive.
That should do it. The wave is but a formality with all the members here. They should be able to tank up these towers. Nostalgia is going to try and cut the wave to the best of their ability, but it does not matter. The minions are in. The first tower is going to fall shortly. It hit respawning, though, in about 15 seconds time. I don't think it'll matter, though, as the second tower is now down. The Nexus are going to fall, and with that, the Winnipeg Wombats will secure their spot in the Aegis Marauders League Finals.
This team, from qualifiers reseeding a 3-0 in the quarterfinals to now a 3-2 victory over Aegis Marauder, or at least one of AML's number 1 teams in the Ember Wolves. The Winnipeg Wombats will be one of your 2 2024 Fall AML finalists in what an exciting series that we were able to witness. In game 5, they were in control for the most of it, but it didn't fail to deliver here for us, Septi.
No, it absolutely did not. It was, I mean, I don't want to call game 5 a stomp, but I really don't think it was ever in doubt from the first invade. It just seemed like the Wombats, they were on top of it. They knew their game plan going into it. Again, calling that the Gwen would probably start Q, calling that the Gwen was going to take Ghost. It is the epitome of what you would want to see in a situation like this. As we take a look, the blue wave for the 5th game in a row. Baby. The blue tsunami is there. It did have a bit of a dip. It did hit a bit of a sandbar there at about 22 minutes. But hey, it came right back, roaring nice and strong. And we got to give credit, right, to the fact that, Tomato Tom was able to come back in such a way in this game, number 5. The headache, the heartache from, losing the match the way they did in game 4, but to come back, play this cannon blind and say, come and fight me, come and play your best pick into me, my cannon will win.
Yeah,
41,500 damage.
41,500 damage is incredible. It is such an insane performance from Tomato Tom. On the other side, yeah, give us your best pick. Set, definitely not the pick into the cannon. But honestly, Tomato Tom is the one that shows us why that is, right? Gets that early kill in the first blood, which helps, but still performing so well. And I can't diss the Ember Wolves at all here. They had a hell of a series. But yeah, you have to give it to Tomato Tom. You have to give it to the Wombats. Through the tribulations of this series, able to pull it out here in this 5th game. Absolutely incredible stuff here. If you had to give your MVP of the series here, Septi, on the Wombat side, what one player are you saying was the one that really was that player for the Wombats?
Give me 10 seconds to just think back through all of the chaos that I saw, because I mean my initial
years worth of games.
My initial thought goes back to the 80 carry. It goes back to the fact, that we saw Kiwi Kevin be an absolute monster on, the Draven, on the Vayne. I had my doubts. I really did. But Kiwi Kevin, through it all, was able to carry. This last game, was a bit of the supporting character, but sometimes you have to understand your role. You have to step back. You have to play that Ashe. And you have to really be that team player. But if I had to give it, it would definitely be to Kiwi.
I think I'm going to have to agree. Kiwi as well. The Vayne game, the Draven game, these were standout performances, but we have to give credit here to the entirety of the Wombats roster as well.
Of course.
Each one of them doing their part in their victory in this series. And also shout out to the Ember Wolves as well. We are saying goodbye to them after this best of 5. They're headed home. Their season is over. But that was quite the impressive season. 7-0, undefeated in the series score leading up to the playoffs. 14-3 in the game score, like I've mentioned many times. A very impressive run. A set of 5 incredibly talented players as well. And what a series they put on for us here. So as we do, unless there's any other closing procedures here for us, Septi, are we going to do an interview? Or
We
is
are
it...
gonna. So just give us 1 second, everyone in the chat. We are gonna take a short break and get set up. We are gonna have an interview.
Okay.
With a member of the winning team. So just stick around.
Excellent.
We'll be right back in a few moments.
Welcome back, everyone. We got our interview here to wrap up the stream. It is the Winnipeg Wombats jungler, Captain Snarfles, fresh off the Game 5 victory and finals secured here in the Aegis Marauder League. So I'll start off with a question, very basic for you to start off this interview. How you're obviously feeling good. I don't even have to ask you that after the victory. But what's going through your minds in these chaotic games? Break us down, especially game 4 here. These games are bloody. There's over 2 kills per minute. How are you staying cool, shot calling to your team, and keeping your mental intact after all this chaos is erupting?
I mean, honestly, I'm pretty drained after that series. Mental's completely gone. Tilting my teammates, you know what I mean? But we got the dub, so yeah, I don't know. Chaotic team fights. I mean, I don't know. It was a bit of a fiesta. I blocked out game 4. I think a few players on our team did, but we pulled it back in game 5. So
You can call it saving your energy for what could have been the most important game of your season so far. But it is the most important game so far, but that does mean that there are more games to be played. And I mean, just take it in for 1 second. Breathe in the fact that you guys are going to be going to finals. Your opponents will be Akuma Distortion, in case no one hadn't told you yet. They won 3-0 versus Dorado Dorado Gamma. But so I want you to give us a quick synopsis of your split so far. We haven't had the opportunity to watch the Wombats on stream, I believe, since I think week 1 or maybe you were on stream week 6 during the qualifiers. So we saw you there versus UA Alberta. But sort of take me through what the season has been like for you guys. Sort of your group was incredibly, competitive. It was 4-1 for the top 3 teams. I believe you only dropped 1 game, and it was the first game of the season to the team that finished top of your group. What does it mean to have started at, I think what some might say is an unfortunate first week, to then not drop a single match for the rest of the season until this point now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's hard to remember the beginning of the season. It's been going on so long. We actually were the only team to beat P5 and we beat them in the first week before they role swapped their players, and then we dropped the game to someone else. And it's pretty unfortunate that we ended up in the group of death. I know some people were saying it's not the group of death in the general chat, but
It definitely is.
I don't think they know what they're talking about.
No, it definitely
it's crazy that we dropped 1 game, one set, the entire split, went 4-1 and dropped a lower bracket. We're like seed 5 in playoffs. So I don't really know how that works, but
Or sorry, you beat Phantom. You lost to Drop Dead. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
So week
yeah,
4.
no, it's just kind of crazy the way it worked out. But we play better when we're the underdog, so I'm fine with it. You know what I mean?
Hey, yeah, I mean, it was when you're the underdog. I mean, that game 1 was a bit of a welcome to the semifinals moment. Can you take me through the mental battle that was this series, because it was nothing but stomp after stomp after stomp, and I need to hear it from someone who is inside.
Yeah, so I literally, as soon as the draft for game 1 finished, I tilted my team by saying, like, they've used up all their power picks in game 1. Like, as all their S tier picks were gone in game 1, and I was like, I don't think they got anything left for the rest of the series. Like, I think that showed as the series went on. Like, they didn't look near as comfortable on the rest of the champions that they had. I think Fearless works pretty well for us because I think we have pretty deep champion pools in general. Yeah, shout out to certain players on our team, Champion Oceans. I just feel like they always have a counter pick. So yeah, I'll just blind pick every game and hope for the best.
Those picks were pretty insane in the 5th game, and we just talked about game 1. Let's talk about game 5 now, specifically with those picks. I want to ask you more specifically. There's a little bit of criticism in chat. We had questions. Well, let's hear it from you. What compelled you to pick that Trundle on the very last pick, B5, to season on the line, highest stakes? Why did you go with the Trundle?
All right. Do you want the serious answer or the troll answer?
Give us the answer that feels right. Give us the answer that feels like the most Captain Star.
So honestly, I've been watching Nostalgia, their jungler. He's been talking shit in the general chat literally all week, talking about all these picks he's gonna bring to finals. It's like, bro, you got to get there first. And honestly, like, I know that we knew he was gonna pick Gwen because it's been banned the whole series, and we know the kind of player he is. He's a mechanical player. He's gonna try and hands check you every chance he gets, and you saw it at the first dragon fight. Just dashed in, tried to fight me, and got fucking chomped. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, you just know he's gonna take the fight no matter what. And Trundle's one of those champs that, like, I don't have to do anything. I just right click on them and go get a drink. You know what I mean? So
fair enough.
Yeah, that's about it. Like,
yeah, no, that's a good strategy, and it worked, right? Because you did. I was saying it on the cast. I was yelling and screaming. I was just saying the Trundle has clubbed the Gwen to death in the pick. She took the 1v1 and didn't go out so well. And so, yeah, you guys.
It was close. You almost had me for a second. I don't know.
It went better than the set 1v1 did.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Not one you want to remember there. But okay, so now we got our questions in. We'll give you the floor now, Snarfles. Shout outs. Who do you want to shout out here, and just give the voice to for your final moments here on this interview.
For now, potentially more next week.
Yeah, just the usual. Shout out my team. They honestly, my team just carries me every week, and I just play a big dumb tank and try to block skill shots, and it makes it really easy for me to play. I don't really have to think too much. Shout out to the sponsors for our stream. Shout out to the casters. I haven't watched the stream, obviously, but I'm going to go back and watch it. I'm sure it's going to be a blast. Shout out to all of our all the homies back home watching the stream while we play. They're cheering for us in the chat. They're cheering for us. So, I really appreciate everyone's support, and looking forward to finals.
Sounds perfect, Snarfles. Thank you so much for coming on and interviewing with us. Congratulations on winning the series, and good luck next week versus Akuma Distortion.
Also, I just want to shout out the other team as well. Like, they played a hell of a series. It really could have gone either way. I told my team if we win, I'm buying them all sushi. So we got that to look forward to. So yeah.
Do you guys play?
Snarfles.
Do you guys all live? I assume you guys all live in Winnipeg or near each other.
Yeah, we all kind of know each other. So
perfect. Well, that's awesome. That's really cool to see. But yeah, congratulations again. Good luck next week, and hopefully we'll be hearing from you if you succeed. I mean, we'll hear from your whole team if you succeed, and again, best of luck.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, everyone, that will do it for us here at the Aegis Marauders League. Before we head out, we are just going to let you guys know of a couple things going on in the Aegis community, letting you know of our other streams, what is going on in the other divisions. as always on Mondays last night, we had our ADL, our Diamond League. So check out the VODs there. It was Flame Horizon versus XG Gnomes in the semifinals of that league. We also had I want to say it was the losers quarterfinal of our ACL, which is our uncapped league. That was CCG Esports versus Peak Performers. Both will be in the VOD section of our Twitch channel. So you should check that out and also drop a follow while you're there. Obviously, we got the AML on Tuesdays. Please come back. It is going to be such an exciting finish to the season. We're going to have the Winnipeg Wombats versus Akuma Distortion, the team we had on last week. So if you want to do your scouting homework, please go take a look at that one. And then Thursdays, we are going to have our AEL. It is going to be the semifinals this week. Bing Chillers Project R versus Dorado Gaming Iota. And with that said, Ferris, Snarfles, Caddy, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone in the chat. If you love this content, please drop a follow on the stream. Go take a look at us on Twitter. Join the Discord for more Aegis content. We do more than League of Legends. So if you're interested in other games, we also might have something for you. But with that said, I've been Septi, joined with Ferris. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great evening, and hopefully we'll see you next week for the conclusion of the Aegis Marauders League.